Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. That is, my name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the one and only, and I mean one and only, Pax in the house. Pax, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Jimmy. Good morning. How are you?
Pretty good. How you feeling? You're looking great.
Thank you. I feel great. Feel great. I'm ready to go to Sicily with you and your family. Thank you for the invite.
100%. It's going to be fun. We're going to be hiking around Mount Etna a little bit. We're going to do some archaeological tours. Maybe we'll swim a little bit. It's going to be awesome, man. So I'm glad you're on board.
And a lot of food. There'll be a lot of good food.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll just tell you, Mrs. Keggs is just a genius at finding those kind of off the beaten path places where they make the genuinely good stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's awesome. That'll be a wonderful trip.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So in any event, so how was your week, man?
Yeah, this has been to me. This has been a super interesting week. I have not had trading wise. Now remember, I'm also kind of at this point in my life not nearly as active as as a trader. I like, I'll come in and trade breakouts, when we have them, but I'm not going to trade the back and forth anymore. And since May has been a really good reason why. We have just been well, maybe since June really, but we have been just kind of churning and churning and churning higher and churning and churning higher with a couple of good days here and there. Primarily after expiration, June 23rd was a really good trade with the new quarterly pivot in the S&P at 60.10. And we took it out on the downside and then got above that, and we rallied ever since. And that was a good breakout trade. And I kept some runners up until 6206, and then kept a couple more, but puked them on a headline. And then just kind of, we've been churning all month until all July, the whole new, in the third quarter. But Tuesday was a super interesting day to me. I thought, I thought that we had a possibility of a short-term trend change, if not a bigger trend change, because the opening range on Tuesday was I can't remember the bottom of it, but it was 60. The top of it was 63.4175 in the S&P, and the NASDAQ was 23.2275. The high of the when the high of the day is made in the opening range, that's a very bearish sign. Likewise, when the low of the day is made in the opening range, it's a very bullish sign. So not only was the high of the day made in the opening range, which means I'm going to be aggressive on the short side. The high of the day, the high of the opening range were the same, and the all-time high was the same. And we came out of 37 quarter was the bottom of the opening range. We came out of the opening range in the first attempt, and that's always a trend day. So it was an aggressive short sell that day, and because of those things, I thought it could possibly be a little bit of a trend change. The dollar, a dollar rallied a little bit, so it kind of looked like a risk-off event, and then it's not. So
Yeah, no, you weren't the only one. I mean, you were not the only one thinking that way. I was thinking that way. Deli was thinking that way. A lot of folks were thinking that way. That's a really keen observation about that high that we had on Tuesday. And then what happened? This is just the stock index futures are just resilient. Well, it doesn't matter what the news is anymore, it seems like.
there is just the Fed has printed. This is overly simplified by a million miles, but the Fed has printed so much money. There is so much money sloshing around still, out there in capital flows flow right back into equities every time a dip is bought. And Jimmy, I've been warning people on Twitter a lot about March of 2000 in the Nasdaq. In March of two, look, something might work. Talking about capital preservation, something might work 990 times out of 1,000, or in this case, 9,900 times out of 10,000. It's the last 10 times or 100 times it doesn't work that people blow their lives up. And a great example of that, the most important example of that, I think, is going to be 2000, March of 2000. The NASDAQ made an all-time high at 48.82 in a huge bubble. Now, this bubble that we're in, arguably, is 100 times worse, more, but 48.82. That was in March of 2000, and we broke October, made the low of October of '02 at 784.
Yeah.
That's a break of 85% in 2 years. I know many rich people. Remember tech stocks, right? We had this huge run up, and they're never going to go. They're never going to go to zero. They almost went to zero. That's when I
Yeah.
learned, by the way, that futures can go negative. So the interesting thing, so many millions of dollars with many rich people lost their lives or lost their money, and in some cases lost their lives as well. So what I think is, buying the break, buying the break, buying the dip, buying the dip, that worked for, since 97, 98. All of a sudden you're losing your house and, and everything else. So I'm not a dip buyer. I'm not a rip seller,
Yeah.
because eventually the rug is going to be pulled. And when that happens, it took us 17 years
Yeah.
to achieve that
Yeah.
48.82 price again. I'm not saying that we're in that kind of bubble now. I'm just saying that I've got to protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000. I need to do the same thing all the time. I need to let my process make my trading decisions for me, and
Yeah.
my process protects me in every circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, predicting the bubble is a difficult thing, right? Every once in a
Terrible.
while, a blind squirrel is going to get an acorn, but it's hard to do.
Can't
And
do it.
but the real question now is, I thought maybe we had a tradable top this week, and now I'm
You
wondering, do we have a tradable top now or
no,
not?
took it
Not,
out.
no.
No, so we took that out. The price is 40, but in the S&P was 46. Sorry, dyslexic. 63.41.75. The NASDAQ price was 23,222 with change. So 63.42 and 23.2222. We took that out yesterday, and we closed above it. So now, I'm looking for another 100 handles higher. We've got a macro level that we talked about last week at 64.02, but I'm looking for a move up to at least, what was the low of the week, was 62.45 or something. Yeah, 62.40, 62.41.
62.41, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking for an equidistant swing up to 64.41 now, with that macro level of 64.02 in there.
Okay, so equal distant from where we're at right now?
Equidistant from this move from 63.42 down to the low of this week. I'm sorry,
Yep.
63.42 down to the low of this week of 62.42. So we had 100 handle move, and we've recouped that. So now that what the market does on the downside, the market will do, or at least it will attempt to do on the upside. I got long out of yesterday's opening range, and I'm going to maintain a small long position until we achieve that level.
So we're tracking 64.41 now on the upside.
64.41. Yes.
Got it. Got it. Okay. That makes total sense. Yeah. I mean, because we were consolidated. I mean, how many days is this? I mean, we're talking right before the 4th of July, July 2nd, all the way up till really yesterday before we started this breakout out of this consolidation range. So it's been really, really sideways. And I'm not saying it makes for bad trading, but that's what it was doing. And so now it's like, all right, we're peaking above here. We have a little probe above that area of resistance that's represented by my rectangle. And it looks like it's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah. Yes. And there's no doubt that it will be. If we, now listen, we still have to deal with headline risk too, right? I mean, this is technically speaking, or fundamentally speaking, or capital flows, or, macroly, or, whatever kind of headlines we get, we could very easily be back underneath 63.42. I have to close my eyes and picture. This is why I can remember levels and, prices, because, I get numbers mixed up in my head. I have to picture them in my mind. And when I do that, I remember them, I retain them. So if we can get back underneath 63.42, and we close underneath it, then that's that, I mean, then we're stuck back in the range again. But
Yeah,
if we
yeah,
can,
man.
if we had our first close above that level yesterday, and then we get another close above it today, that's confirmation that we're going to trade up to that macro zone that we have on our chart at 64.02, and then back up to, the equidistant swing at 64.41 on our way up to 65 even, basically.
Yeah, speaking of memory, twice this week I started making some espresso. I got a little stovetop deal, where you make the espresso in that old-fashioned little
Of course you do.
percolator
Sure
kind
you
of
do.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not surprising.
and a couple of times this week I left it. I went outside while it was doing its thing, and I hear my wife going, "You left the stove on. You're burning your coffee." And she's like, "What's the matter with you?" I'm like, "Oh, I forgot." And I did it twice this week. I don't know. That's a bad sign.
That's that's not surprising either. That's hilarious. Yesterday I went and worked out in Oak Brook yesterday. I walked around for 45 minutes trying to figure out which locker was mine. I usually go in the same locker all the time. I'm up there, trying to get in there. I couldn't figure it out. Oh my gosh, we're getting older, Jim. We become more forgetful.
Oh my God. That I don't know. I gotta just start writing notes on my hand, in the back of my hand. Remember to turn off the stove.
Yesterday I told you I was working with Mike Burke from Ninja on refining an indicator that PAX indicator or RBO indicator. We worked on it for a couple hours. By the time we were done, because I'm not technically inclined, because when we were done, I was just physically exhausted and
Yeah.
mentally exhausted. This, I'm not a computer guy. I want to. It took me 10 years to learn how to trade. Like, not 10 years, but it took me a long time. I can click, I can put stops in, I can do what I need to do for trading, but that's it. I need my kids or now Mike Burke.
Well, speaking of that, Mike Burke, by the way, he's been just real quick. He's been on the brokerage, trading, FCM side for as long as I have. I mean, we're two old guys in the space, and he's a genius. And he's doing some stuff with the NinjaTrader
Genius.
desktop platform that's unbelievable, including working with you. He's going to be on the show at 11:30 today with me, and we're going to walk through a lot of this new stuff. It's going to be awesome.
Genius. I have really enjoyed working with him, just putting together the indicator for all of you guys. I mean, it's going to be that old indicator is going to be great. If you like the opening range, you're going to really like this. But he is so smart and he's so patient. we,
Yeah.
we worked an hour and a half, and then he said, "Okay, just X out," and I X'd out of the wrong thing and disappeared. All the work disappeared, so he had to put it all together again.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's awesome. So let's take a look at some PAX lines though while we have them up on the chart. Let me know if anything's changed right now. We've got, we do have that 6402 on the E-mini S&P still up there. Forget about the decimal point. I was lazy. Anything else above here other than the 100-point range we just mentioned?
Well, now the market, so 6402 is a macro is on one of those levels that don't change for me. And now we're talking about 6442.
Yeah.
So that would be the equal distance swing of this move. And that's going to take us, I think, this is my opinion, and I don't trade my opinion. I'm going to trade, the opening range. I'm going to trade the breakouts. I'm going to trade my levels. But it's my opinion that we are going to get to 6402, 6441, achieve that goal or somewhere close to it. And I think we're going to have a hard time getting over that. I think we churn that level until Liberation Day 2.0, and then the market will decide what to do. I think we're going to have a busy. I don't know if it's downside or upside, but I think we're going to have very, very busy August, September, going into rollover, and then after that, we'll see. But I think we're going to be busy the rest of the summer.
Yeah. Are we going to have a Liberation Day 3.0, 4.0?
I hope not.
I don't know.
Geez, I hope not.
We'll keep rolling. By the way, chat, good morning. Thank you for being here on a Friday. I know it's easy to take Friday off, but we got some opportunities here and we got some markets on the move that we're going to be talking about. So thanks for being here. Fractal Firmament also has the same Mocha device I have. I got it because it was $20. You get a real espresso machine. They're like, $3,000 or something crazy. So just get the old fashioned stovetop. You guys will be in good shape.
So Cooper, I think second half of July, generally week. Okay. No, I don't pay attention to that kind of shit. I don't care. Last July 20 something, we made a high of 50. We rallied to 57.21, and then we broke. I don't know. I'm not going to time shit. I'm not going to time things. I'm not going to try to time things. I'm not going to guess based on all of this stuff. What was the book that the exchange used to put out? More research. I'm not going to try to time things like the more research does or other people. We made a high last July of 57.21, and we broke down to by August 5th. We traded down to 50 in early August. We broke down to 51.20 in the all sessions, 51.46 in the pit. So or regular trading hours. So that was a huge break based off of the yen carry trade. Now, can we break like that again in August? I that's my opinion. I think we will, based upon Liberation Day 2.0. But I'm not going to try to guess. I will not guess and I will not predict. Even though that's my opinion. If we rally above that, I thought we were gonna, I thought we were breaking this week. We did. We broke. We came back up. I got long. Okay. Now the market targets up to 64.41. So I'm not going to guess what this market is going to do. I'm going to trade what is in front of me. I'm going to trade the market as it is, not as I think or want it to be.
Yep, I love it. So let's pivot over to the NASDAQ right now and do the same calculus. Another breakout yesterday. Yesterday's breakout was a little bit more pronounced, I think. If I, just from the way I kind of look at support and resistance, I just throw a rectangle up there, touch the top of the high of the recent candles, and do a little bit of an adjustment to the upside and say, all right, this is an area of resistance. And then boom, we closed firmly above it, and we're staying firmly above it right now in the NASDAQ. Real similar to what we just saw on the ES, but I thought this was more obvious.
Yeah. Okay. And yesterday, NASDAQ was a super interesting trade too. Out of the opening range, the S&P was trying to rally and the NASDAQ broke. So remember, we talk about S&P trading in 15 handle increments on the way up, and those are crisp and sharp and happens all the time. The NASDAQ trades in 65 handle increments from the opening range up, opening range down. Always, 60 to 65 points. Always it does. And if it doesn't get those 65 handle swings from the OR, I don't want to. I don't want the trade. So yesterday, I don't know what the opening range was in NAS yesterday, but I'll look. Give me a second. But the move in NASDAQ 23,105. Okay, so the move in the NASDAQ below 23,222 took us down to 23,000. The low of the week was 22,803, I believe. So that's 419 points, right? 420 points. So once we closed above that level, and okay, so the S&P was weaker in the morning, and then when it got above 105, it ran, and it actually was stronger in the afternoon. And I like to see the NASDAQ lead. So once we closed above that Tuesday high of the opening range, Tuesday all-time high, Tuesday high of the day, and that made us break 420 points. Now we've got a 419 point swing higher, and that's going to target us up to 23,641. And we're pretty close there. We're 300 points away. We can get there fast.
Yeah, I'm going to shift over to a daily chart in a second, but on an intraday, I'm just kind of, and by the way, Leo is in the chat today. Good to see you, Leo. Leo and Stowe are going to be trading the open, by the way, everybody. So do not move a muscle.
Love those guys. Love those guys.
Absolutely. So, yesterday we see this kind of, and again, I'm learning from these guys, right? We get this huge kind of volume peak right here yesterday around 23,254, give or take. And then, look where the volume is today. It's pretty close to there. So there's a lot of price happiness, or at least temporary price happiness happening right in that area right there.
Well, and so real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. You can see in the order flow, the order flow tools are now confirming the technical swings. So now you're seeing that. Everybody wants to try to predict where we're going, and everybody wants to try to guess where we're going, and trend lines and overlays and confluence and all kinds of other words I've never heard of before. and I think it's really quite simple. What the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and then we look for confirmation with order flow, and boom, there it is, right there.
Yep.
That's going to propel us up to 23,641.
All right, let's do it. Let me adjust, because I had that upside target at 23,333 from the last week when we met. Look at that. I mean, how cool is that, ladies and gentlemen? We almost ticked right to it. What's the new level? What's that level you just mentioned?
The equidistant swing, 23,641.
All right, let me get my line up there. Oops. All right, well, 641. I have it. I nailed it. Look at that. All right, that's the equidistant swing. We'll see if and that's from the low of this week, right? Which is
that's
right
from
here.
23,222. There's too many numbers in the NASDAQ. 23,222 to the low, which is 22,803.
Did you say there's too many numbers in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, too many. I get them jumbled, so I have to kind of think
So
about them.
I have that problem with the Bitcoin because we're hundreds of thousands, and then it just throws me for a loop.
Listen, you just called it the Bitcoin. Like I still call Facebook the Facebook or Instagram the Instagram. We just called it the Bitcoin.
But
Oh
but
shit,
in
we're
your
old.
defense, when Facebook was launched, it was launched as the Facebook. That was the
Right,
name of
right. And when Bitcoin was launched, didn't they launch it as the Bitcoin?
it. Oh, well, I'm a super fan of these now. And me and Shar on a weekly wrap up, we're going to talk a lot about the I guess they're called cyber currency or cryptocurrency futures, and they're here to stay. And there's some excellent markets here we're going to start really focusing on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, really, this is. I don't know. I saw what do you call those? Like a meme or something? Not a meme. It was a video. My wife,
I call them memes, and I get laughed at, but I don't know.
see, see, showing our age again. Memes. It took me 2 years to figure out that it's what a meme is, and I think I just got a meme screwed up. It was a video my wife sent me, an Instagram video of somebody talking about that, and he showed President Trump 5 years ago was saying Bitcoin's fake, it's fake, it's not real money, it's based on thin air. And now that not Trump himself, I guess, but the Trump family heavily invested in it, and everything between XRP and Bitcoin. So not only has it been a great trade for traders and for uh, I don't know what the word is, but people who are always looking for alternative forms of investment. Like I have a cousin, Pete D'Alessandro, who lives in near where you grew up well, he lives in the city now, but lived in Elmwood Park until a year or two ago with my cousin. Anyway, he bought Bitcoin, like full Bitcoin in the beginning of it. Who would have thought that? But anyway, it's been a great trade. All the way down when we broke down from like 60,000, I think it was a high of 60,000 back down to 16,000, 17,000.
Yeah.
I had my then 17-year-old son, he's 20 now, start to buy a little bit in a Coinbase, not Coinbase, yeah, Venmo, whatever you do on Venmo. I gave
Yeah.
him $500 and he started to trade it a little bit. Now he's doing very, very, very well with Bitcoin. Yeah. And XRP, and he had some Ethereum too, but he quit trading that. And then he got me into trading it, and it's been a phenomenal trade, and it's
Yeah.
technical.
Yeah.
It trades technically.
Yeah. No question about it.
For us, that's a plus.
Yeah. I just threw up a monthly chart just for fun. This is the micro Bitcoin, right? And there's a classic size BTC, and then there's the micro. Micro's got some decent volume on it, and I just kind of threw it up real quick. I don't have data going all the way back, but this goes back to 2001,
What's that
and
low there in 22?
right here,
Right there, right there.
that low. Well, I'll tell you exactly. That low is
Yeah, yeah,
14,935. So
that's it.
let's round it up to 15,000.
Yeah, that's when we started. That's when Gabriel started. My son started to buy him at 16,000. Right there, it was right in 22. Here, Gabriel, buy the dip. And what was that peak? That high in SEP? Looks like SEP of 21.
Oh, back here?
Yeah, 60,000 ish.
Yeah. 60, 70,
Seven. All right.
69.
See,
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
All off memory. So I'm not that old. But all right. So we broke from there all the way down to 16. Just under 15. And that was a great buy. Yeah, I mean, it was a really good buy. And then if you fast forward down to, when we made the high, we took out that high of 16 right there. Now,
Yeah.
March of 24. We made that high there of like 74, 73, 74,000, back down to 45, another
Yep.
buy,
Yep.
and then look, go right there, go back to that high of 24, right there. Now,
Hmm.
we came back down in March the following year, rallied up over 100, and we stopped right at that old high. Next one.
This one.
Yeah,
Oh, right
yeah.
here. Yep.
No,
Yep.
right there where we stopped. Where the break. Next
Down here?
candle. Right there. Yeah.
Yep.
Look
Yep.
at that.
Yep.
We stopped
Yeah.
right at 74,000. That
Yeah.
was a huge buy. If we see 74,000 again in Bitcoin, we are in big, big trouble.
Well, we're in big trouble, or we got another big buy ahead of us.
Well, yeah. I mean, at this point, my God, I think we could be in trouble. But yeah, it would be a buy. I'll buy that. I'd buy him back down to, um, just like 95. If we got back down to 95,000, I'd buy him. Maybe a little bit lower. Maybe back down to
Yeah.
like 90,000. I'd buy some. Back down to that trend line. What's that moving average you have up there?
All right, so I have an 8 exponential, which
Yeah.
is the orange. I have a 21 exponential, which is the green, and then I have a 50 exponential, which is the blue.
Yeah, if we get down to if we make it back down to the 8 around 100, I'd buy some there. We make it down to the green, I'd buy some there. But if we got under that 74,000, I'd
Yeah.
pitch him.
Well, I'm gonna have to hit up Gabriel for a loan. Sounds like he's killing it.
Yeah, yeah. He's 20. He just turned 20. He took his girlfriend. He said, "Dad, will you get me a?" The kid is he is definitely my son. Dad, will you get me a reservation at Gibson's Italia? Gibson's Italia in the city is one of the hardest restaurants to get a
Yeah,
reservation for.
no doubt.
So I texted one of the managers, got him a table the next day. And he said, "All right, now he's got a Honda Accord. Dad, should I tip the guy when I pull up? Park me in front. No, dude, it's a Honda Accord. They're not parking you in front like they do me. Okay. All right, now what? So I got every time I see the maitre d' or one of the managers, I take care of him so that he
Yeah.
takes care of me, right? He said, "So should I give Patrick a hundo? No, dude, I'll take care of him when I see him. You don't have to." He did anyway. He shook his hand with the $100 bill in his hand. I love that kid. And then we're good tippers in our family, and he texted me, "What do I leave?" The bill was like 150. So he did all that on his own money. He doesn't. He's the only one of my 5 kids that doesn't call looking for dough.
So that just goes to show you how he's got some good parents teaching him how to do it right.
He does.
That's a testament to you. So
Thank you.
we had an interesting question though. I want to talk about this in the chat from Big Capadon. Is the order flow in the Bitcoin futures reliable given that there are so many exchanges and the underlying trades on it? So here's my opinion on this. My opinion is, one of the great things about the futures market is it's traded on a regulated exchange, right? And we have the CFTC involved and others involved. This is the CME Group, which is the largest and most prestigious futures exchange in the world. That takes their products and integrity seriously. We have counterparty risk rules, all sorts of margin requirement rules, and you have a transparent order book, meaning you could see the orders in the order book. And no, it's first in, first out, right? It's FIFO. So when I think about pricing, and I had this opinion with over-the-counter forex. I was like, why isn't everybody trading CME Group futures? Because these benefits are there. So that's why if I'm looking at pricing, and I know it's a futures market, and I know there's a cash basis, I get that, and a time value of money, but these are monthly contracts. Don't forget. And as we get more and more volume, they're even more and more solid. So yeah, I rely on this on pricing above and beyond anything else. That's my opinion on it.
Well, I agree. It's taken me a while to see it that way. I wanted to see the Bitcoin futures kind of evolve a little bit before I started banging away at them. But yeah, no, I agree 100%. I look, the people talk about CFDs, and European straight CFDs and other forms of bucket shop things. I'm not saying that, but I always prefer, this is the point. I always prefer to trade exchange related products, especially exchange related products from CME Group. CME Group and not just because I've been a member at CME since 1997, and I started working there in '88, but because it's the most regulated. It's the deepest markets. I have I'm not afraid of somebody glomming my money,
Yeah.
Coinbase money. I've lost money in I've lost a bunch of money
Yeah.
in one time in one of my wallets being hacked.
Oh no. Oh
But
no.
yeah, doesn't
But
happen with See Me.
Pax, we do have some breaking news coming in. Shy is with us. Shy, how you doing?
Hey guys, good
Hi, Trace.
morning. Hey, we have housing starts and building permits coming up. Obviously, these are closely watched by economists, policymakers, and investors to kind of assess the health of the housing sector and the broader economy. Survey and housing starts is 1.3 million, and building permits 1.387 million expected, which is higher than the prior. So we will find out shortly what the housing sector looks like.
All right. And I love it. I love the fact that there's two metrics here, right? Because to get a permit, you have to jump through some hoops, right? At the local level. Yeah. And then
we came in.
Go ahead, Tracy.
The numbers came in really quick. Both higher than expected. Housing starts 1.321 million and building permits 1.397 million. So both came in much higher than expected.
Gold's reacting to it a little bit. S&P and NASDAQ aren't really doing much, and bonds are reacting. Okay, bonds and gold are reacting a little bit. Gold's rallying a little bit above that, getting back to that level that we talked about last week that won't change, 33.68. And but the 30-year is, well, the 30-year is not doing shit. I mean anything. Sorry.
Right. So Tracy, how, just to kind of, we have these numbers coming in right now, and the mortgage rates though are still really high, right? So for starts, how does that work? What's the impact there?
Well, so housing starts kind of are what builders are expecting for the market. So could be assuming that we're going to see lower rates by the end of the year, because we did have mortgages come in this week, and we were down 10%, as well as mortgage rates taking higher. So we're seeing a slowdown in the mortgage sector, but according to this, builders are pretty optimistic.
All right. Well, we had Waller speak today too. Did he mention mortgage rates?
Ooh.
So he did not mention mortgage rates, but he definitely said a lot of things he's expecting in inflation. We need to cut rates in July. There's no reason to wait, et cetera, et cetera.
Tracy, would you say that Waller is angling to be the next Fed chair?
100%. 100%. He says he hasn't talked to the president. I doubt that, but even if he hasn't, he's definitely auditioning for the role.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. Sure, the games people play, right? I mean, it's interesting.
Well, not only that, it's like,
absolutely.
Do you want, you get an opportunity in life every once in a while to pick your own boss. So, pick your own leader. I don't know. It'd be, for me, I don't know if I'd want that job.
Oh my God. Can you imagine the trolling you must prepare for if that happens? Like world-class trolling. You better be prepared to be trolled. Oh man, alive. Oh,
absolutely. So Shai, is there any? We do have some more stuff coming out at 10 o'clock. Is there what's going on at 10?
Yeah, so at 10 we have University of Michigan sentiment, 1-year inflation expectations, and the 5-year inflation expectations. I will put that in the chat as soon as those numbers come out.
We can move there.
Yeah, Shai, is this a potential market mover?
Yeah, it depends. We have seen University of Michigan was the one that had the highest expectations on inflation. I think it was 6.9% on the report before last, and then it's since come down. So it'll be interesting to see what this particular survey says.
Yeah, I always suspect, whenever I hear the word survey, but the Michigan sentiment, it's been around for a long period of time. It's firmly established, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It is.
Yeah. That's why it gets a green star. Okay, anything else we need to worry about today other than potentially unplanned news and auditions for Fed chair?
That is all for today. That's the last data on the day. So
All right, all right. And then me and you are going to be back with the weekly wrap at 11 o'clock East Coast time. Folks, do not miss that.
Ooh,
All
I
right.
won't.
I will then see you guys later.
Thanks,
Hey,
Sean.
Tracy, best in the business.
Dude, I know my job got so easy and great when she showed up.
Best in the business. I mean, she's just so smart, so prepared. You know, it just she posted a short clip that she did last week with Charles Payne. She posted it yesterday. It was just, I mean, on Fox Business, she's just great. Great. It was a great decision by Ninja to bring her on.
No question about it. Well, let's kind of look at gold. You mentioned it. Let me go to I'm gonna go to the daily. I still have some PAX lines on. I got the August gold
Oh
contract
yeah,
up
those
right
won't
here.
change.
I mean, we talked a little bit about this morning offline before we started here, and we're kind of like, we've got area of support down here around 33.30, give or take. And then my area of resistance at the top here, we just keep bouncing off of those 33.80s all the way down into 33.67s. So a little bit of consolidation if you use your imagination. And the moving averages are almost going sideways, right? They're slightly moving up a little bit, but not a lot. What do you make of this?
So last week we in the stream, if you guys go back and watch last week's stream. We had I traded it with as we were talking about it, and the swings are the quarterly pivot is 33, 32, 34. Okay, so you're long there and you're short below it. The next level that we're going to put underneath there is 33.14. That is a new macro zone. So 33.14. That's not a flattened zone. That's not a spot that I'm going to reverse at, but that's a spot I'm going to take profit at.
So
So
hang on, slow down one sec. So where
uh,
was the quarterly pivot? I think I might have it in the wrong spot.
no, you got it right there, 33.32.
Okay, okay, cool. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so we're long above that, short below it. Now, I think it was yesterday, Thursday or Wednesday. We got below 33.32, and then it was right there. Yeah, I can look at that chart and it'll tell me.
Yeah.
We broke down to 33.14. The downside swing would have been completed at 32.94. That is the previous quarterly pivot or monthly pivot anyway. Monthly pivot, I'm sorry. So 33.32 to 33.14 to 32.94. We get down to 32.94. You get out, you cover your shorts, and then you get long. You take that. I'm not a good reversal trader, so I wait for the market to stop at 32.94 and then go. But then back above 33.14, then 33.32 completes the swing. Now, once we get above 33.32, then you're long, and you're powerfully long. You know, if you're a 4-lot trader, you can buy 6. You can buy a few more because we have clarity. The thing in the market is that sometimes, quite often, it feels like we're guessing or we're trading our opinion, or I'm going to take risk here to do this. I'm not taking risk. I'm going to take expenses. Different. Maybe it's just semantics, but to me, it changed my mindset. So I'm going to buy 33.32s. If we get below it, I'm out. So it's an expense. I'm not going to buy 33.32s with a 14 stop. That's ridiculous to me. So I buy 33.32s, and then I'm going to take profit at 33.62. Above 33.62, we then are going to go to 33.80. Those are levels not changing. Okay, those will always be targets. But the swing completes on the upside, $100 ahead of us, where we are now at 34.64. Now we've got another macro zone here, 33.62 to 33.80. So I'm going to I'm not doing it now because there's no flow, but I would be more inclined to add to my position at 33.62. I didn't. And I'm going to take profit up to 33.80. If we go 33.80 bid, I'm going to buy more. Now, all my stops are at entry. Okay. So if I buy 33.62s and they come back to it, scratch out. We hold it. I'm long up to 33.80. I take profit. We go 80 bid. I add more. I'm going to use that profit that I locked in either from the pivot at 33.32 or from my my ads at 33.62. I'm going to use that money that I locked in as trading capital. Now I'm going to spend, if I'm up $1,000, I'm going to spend a few hundred of that to try to make another 1,000. If I'm up 10, I'll spend 1,000 of it to try to make another 10. Because now if we can close above 33.80, then we're going to trade 34.14. I'll take profit there and I'll flatten at 34.60. I think it's 33.64. It could be 34.68. I'm sorry. Let me look. Yeah, the swing completes at 34.68. Is that clear or is that muddy? I don't.
Well, I have here's that level 34.68. Well, that's okay. No, it's very clear, I think. So, I think it's clear. So right now we're trading 66.4, and you're waiting for a 62 print to add on, or is it over? Did we miss it?
Missed it, so I'm not chasing it.
Okay, so no more. So even if the pullback, we're not pulling the trigger. This thing's doing what you thought it was going to do. It keeps on moving up right now. And at this
That's a
point,
good point. Let me
yeah.
interrupt. I don't like pullbacks, so I'm not going to sit there with a 33.62 bid. If the market makes it down to 33.62, I want to see how price is going to act and react at that level first. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there with a 33.62 bid, because if I, normally what happens is I'm going to get filled and I'm pitching them at 33, underneath that. So I don't want to pull back. I'm going to sit and wait to see, price come down to 33.62, maybe trade down to 60.58, and then come back above 62. I'll buy them above 62.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw a fib in. Just this is just for discussion purposes. So I'm just going to go low to high. This is intraday. I got a 30-minute chart up here right now. So what you're saying is, all right, if we retrace below that 62%, let's say we get to hit that 38.1% and then start bouncing off of that at 56, you're still going to wait for a print above 62 to get long.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. I get it. I like it.
And then I'm gonna, it's clear, right? And it's simple, and I'm not gonna take more than a couple of expenses at that level. So now I missed that trade. So I'm long from below, but I missed this swing. So I'm not gonna buy 33.62s. I'm gonna wait until we get above 33.80, and I'll buy more above there. And I'm not gonna trade anywhere in between that. Don't diddle in the middle.
I'm not going to do that. Oh man. All right. So that's the story of gold. So we covered E-mini S&P, we covered the micro NASDAQ, we covered gold. You want to take a look at bonds just for fun?
Sure. Love bonds.
All right, let's do it. I'll get a daily chart up first.
Yeah, me too. Do we have any gaps? Nope, no gaps. No more bets.
So, I mean, I don't, lower swing high. So when I look at a chart like this, and forget about the macro for a second, I see a swing high and a dip, swing low. I see a lower swing high and then a dip. Right now we have a higher swing low. Now, if we don't make a lower swing low, if we do make a lower swing low in my mind, then that's a clear and present trend down. If we don't, I'm thinking, all right, we're going to be consolidating here for a while. How does that sound to you?
I 100% agree. I think that 30-year bond is underneath their pivot. The quarterly pivot is 113.24, right there.
Yep.
So, I underneath 113.24, I want to be short. But we stopped at, where did we stop? 111.11, I think, this week, right?
Yeah, the low this week was 111. Exactly right. See, your memory's better than mine.
It's just because I don't know why or how, but I have kind of a photographic memory for this stuff, which can be torturous. I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and start thinking, because again, I'm 57. I have to pee 3 or 4 times a night. So when I wake up to go to the bathroom at 3, I think about like, oh my Lord, man, when I bought those, 47 evens in April of 2000 on the way down in the NASDAQ, it was torturous. I'll think of things like that. And or one of the traders in my group and, think about the trades that they're struggling with. So, but the point is in the bonds, I want to be short underneath 113.24. But the 30-year is, and I think the 10-year will do it too, is doing it, but I paid more attention to the 30-year. The 30-year is kind of consolidating, waiting for headlines or waiting for Liberation Day 2.0 to come out and break us out of this range. Yeah, I still, we're in a bear market in the bonds, and the Fed isn't cutting anytime soon. At least they're not cutting in July, and according to the Fed Watch tools at CME Group, they're not cutting in July. So what are we going to do here from here? I think we sit here. If we get the bonds are under pressure, if we can take out that low of now, that low of the week or in the month, 111.11, then we will see the low of like 110.01, I think it is, the low of the year. If we take out that level, then, man, yeah, right there. No,
I think
right there.
I think this is the low here. I think this
Yeah,
is 110
110.01,
110.01. Yeah, that happened. This was what's
May-ish.
the date? The 22nd of May.
Yeah,
So recently.
yeah. We take out that level and we close below that level, then we can trade into the 9 handle. It's scary to think, but we can trade in the 9 handle. I don't know where that puts rates. I don't pay much. And I'm a trader. Okay, I'm an old dog trader. I don't know. I'm not a macro guy. I don't know how this equates into rates. Obviously, if we're in a 9 handle, I don't know where that puts us. 9%, 8%, who knows?
No, no, no. It won't be that dramatic, but it will be. I mean, right now we're kind of hovering around the fives right now. So, if we get to a 6%, then I think 6% is par actually,
Okay.
is what Dan Grams had told me the other day. So it'll be between 5 and 6.
Dan Grams taught me. I took my first technical analysis class from Dan. I still kind of communicate with him a little bit on LinkedIn. The only thing I remember, if I was a kid when I took that class, 19, 20 years old, and the only thing I remember from that class, sorry, Dan, but I did learn a lot from you through the years. But the only thing I remembered from that very first technical analysis class, 1988, that I took from Dan Grams, it was a line that he said that every trade that you make has the theoretical potential to make your wildest dreams come true. Conversely, every trade you make has a theoretical potential to crush your financial dreams. So choose carefully.
Yeah. No, I met Dan. So it just serendipitously, you mentioned Elmwood Park. I have a lot of Italian relatives in Elmwood Park. And one of my cousins turned out to be good friends with Dan and Marianne. And so they would show up at, New Year's Eve parties. And so I knew him just as a family friend. And it's great because we ended up doing early 2000s. We were in Las Vegas at the Paris. So there's the Paris Hotel, right? The Paris Hotel is connected to that other old school casino. I can't remember. There's a hallway in the middle, and there was a hall, right, where we did a breakout room where we did a presentation. This was when I first met Dan. We were using another trading platform. And he jam-packed the room. So it was me and him on stage. I was just executing his trades. I was just a monkey hitting the button, but he was like doing the show. And it was jam-packed. It was super early in the morning, which is, you're in Las Vegas, super early is not good. Jam-packed, standing room only. Dan's doing his candlestick analysis, trading in a live account, and literally after the show, nobody left. Everybody wanted to shake his hand and talk to him. And it was on at that point, I'm like, all right, there's some respect here. There's some knowledge here.
I could imagine those conversations around, like you go to a party with him, or you go to a casino with him, and everybody else is going to be doing their party things and casino. I'm going to be in the corner with him asking him questions. He is a brilliant man, and he's great at what he does. Dan Gramzo, look him up.
Yeah, he was on the show Wednesday. I'm going to pull a couple clips and I'll post it on X.
Oh, I didn't see it. Really?
Yeah. He was with me, I think Wednesday, NinjaTrader Live Wednesday. If you're looking at a timestamp at the recording, you're going to look for 11:30 to 12.
Amazing. Okay, I'll look for it. Oh, I love Dan. I love it. Everybody go back and watch that show with Jim and Dan Grams. Dan Grams he's a great guy, and he's a great technical analyst.
Absolutely. But it all comes together, man. I got the Italians in Elmwood Park. I got Dan teaching me candlesticks. We got the Paris Hotel doing trade shows. And you're in smack dab in the middle of this, Pax.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great life. It's a great business. Chicago's a great city. I had 30 people in town last week for my trading group, and we had an incredibly good time. We talked about it a little bit last Friday. Just coming to Chicago, being in Chicago, being at the home of futures. It's Chicago is the best summer city in the world. And it's filled with some of the greatest talent in the world too. Hey, somebody had asked me in the chat, somebody had asked about if I use indicators. I don't use indicators. I only trade my process. I don't trade anything else. I don't know how to draw a trend line on a chart. I have never made a trading decision based off of charts ever in my life. Now, I mean, I do technical analysis after the market closes, and I adjust my targets before the market opens. But the majority of my work is math. It's Fibonacci math, and that's it. The universe is based on Fibonacci math, or Fibonacci math explains a large part of it. The bones in your hands can be explained through Fibonacci math. Astrology could be explained by Fibonacci math, and trading certainly can be too. This is not rocket science, my brothers and sisters. It's
Did you
not. It's not hard.
speaking of the human body and fibs, did you know Larry Pesavano?
No.
He was another trader guy in the 70s, 80s, and that was the first thing he showed during his presentation was Leonardo's picture of the guy holding his arms out and with all the fib measurements.
Well, I don't. So I don't really do fib extensions or retracements. Just Fibonacci math, which is a little bit different. And then I'll check them against extensions, retracements too, like you just did a little bit ago.
Yeah.
And I look at some order flow stuff. And I think it was '08 after my prop group failed. After the world failed. We were in the Great recession, and my mother died, my sister died, my mother-in-law died, and I wasn't there to manage the traders in my group. Real prop, not these funding companies. So when that failed and I was done with trading, I was going to just retire and go back to school or something. Pete Stottlemyre called me and asked me. Pete didn't call me. One of the guys that worked for him called me and asked me to come trade he was updating market profile into the age of algorithms. And I used market profile a great deal on the NASDAQ when I was in the NAS. And it didn't work. He shut it down, but I got to sit at the foot of the master for almost a year learning from him, and so I still employ, I won't use market profile or volume profile, but I will use order flow kind of, and market profile kind of tools to set the market in context. I pay attention to it, but I'm not going to make a trading decision based off of it. The only thing that matters to me is price. So I'm going to be long above the opening range and short below it, and I'm going to be long to the levels and to the targets that I need to be.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Love it. Let's kind of talk about U.S. dollar a little bit. I gravitate toward the Euro FX when I'm thinking about the U.S. dollar, because we have gold priced in U.S. dollars, silver priced in U.S. dollars that we track, Bitcoin priced in U.S. dollars that we track. So there's that relationship there. Bonds are sensitive here as well. Any thoughts on the U.S. dollar?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't really pay much attention to the dollar, much to my detriment. I think it's not something I ever really learned, and I don't really veer from what I do know. I'm good at what I know. I pay more attention to gold and bonds for capital flow and some commodities too, and some other metals more so than I do the dollar.
Totally makes sense. All right, we'll move on then.
Not really. I should have learned.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I don't know. A long time ago. So there was a time in you say aughts. What was the 2000s? They're like, it's the aughts, I guess.
Yeah, the early aughts, the mid aughts, the aughts.
Where over the counter forex before the CFTC started regulating it was super popular. Everyone was trading the forex, and the CME had their CME Group futures before that, right? And it was a good market, but it didn't have that much volume. And I always wondered, why is everyone going to this over the counter forex business? And it was usually popular in the U.S., overseas, of course. in Europe, the Middle East, everywhere. So it became huge, and it was big here in the U.S. And we were actually brokers for a while in the space. And then the CFTC started regulating it, which was a good thing, which was a good thing. And the focus came back on futures. So I'm a super fan of the FX markets in the futures
Me
in the
too.
future space. I think it's for all the reasons we mentioned about Bitcoin, all the reasons to take a peek. If you're a forex trader, you're trading over the counter forex, you're at a disadvantage, man. Get here involved with the CME futures.
Oh, 100%. Look, you want to trade. I can't stress this enough. You want to trade the deepest, most liquid markets with the greatest open interest by the biggest exchanges that will back those trades. Because I'm telling you, what can go wrong will eventually go wrong. Nobody thought that MF Global would fail when they did, and that took a couple of $1 million away from me, and then like everything kind of crushed in on me, and I blew up after that. But chasing that money. Nobody thought Peregrine would fail, and they did. Nobody thought LTCM would fail, and they did. So, what,
Refco.
right. What can go wrong will go wrong, and you need to prepare for it. So, don't, tr- CME Group isn't going anyplace. I would definitely stay within those markets. They're regulated, they're backed. There's heavy volume, heavy open interest, and just stay there.
Yeah. 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 So, all right. So, Pax,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you
Oh, we're
mentioned
coming to
meetups,
our end.
man.
Yeah.
What we got something special coming up in Chicago in August for trader meetups. What's going on?
Well, so August 5th, Anthony and Ninja are hosting a trader meetup in Chicago, August 5th, 5 till 7. $5 a ticket. And that $5 is going to go to charity. It's just something to charge in $5 just to make sure that people that sign up are going to go there.
That's
So
not even a tick in the S&P.
right. Yeah, right. Right. It's a couple of ticks in the micro, but not even a tick in the minis. That's right. For one tick, you can hang around with me and Anthony for a couple hours and have drinks with us. It's at the Bandit in the city. I believe the Bandit's in the West Loop on Randolph Street. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I had a great time with the traders in my group last weekend. We spent Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I dragged a bunch of them to church with me on Sunday afternoon, including a couple of Jewish guys, which was amazing. So I'm not doing that with the Ninja guys. We're just going to have a couple of drinks on August 5th, and we're going to have a blast. So please sign up. I think we have room for like 50 people. Please sign up. We're going to have a good time, a lot of good conversation. And when me and Anthony together, it's usually a blast. It's usually a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun, and I know you guys are really accessible, right? You're going to talk to everybody. You're not going to be up on, behind a velvet rope.
Oh, hell, not me.
I
No.
know, I know. There's Anthony. It's really a great opportunity. I wish I was able to go to Chicago to see you guys. And that's August 5th, you said?
August 5th. Hey, listen, I can't tell that story. I was going to tell a story about a trader or the biggest order fill in the Euro options, but he had the worst wig ever, and so the guy, he called himself a Jewish 10. He had 2 million he was a 2 with 8 million, or no, a Jewish 10. He was a 2 with 10 million in the bank. I love that line. And that was his own line. So there was a running a bounty on his wig. If somebody pulled off his wig, it got 10 G. So somebody gives me 500, I'm gonna mess Anthony's hair up.
Oh my God, come on. No, so quick story on the wigs. And think 1979, 1980, 1981, floor of the Chicago, the 30-year Treasury pit, the biggest pit in the world at the time. There was a local in there, and the shorter guys usually kind of stood in the middle, not up on the steps, but in
Right.
the middle because they couldn't see anyway. And this fellow was named Ty Cobb. Did you know Ty Cobb?
No, but I've heard of him. Yes, yes.
Literally, his name was Ty Cobb, and so he had one of those toupees. You put toupee on, and which once everybody figured that out, every single day that toupee went flying around in a big circle all over the pit.
That's hilarious. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. finally the guy in the Euro options finally took the wig off, and he's been bald ever since. But it was, when it was busy, it would get all skewed, and and the guy was the biggest order filler there. A great guy too. So I don't want to mention his name because
no. And Ty Cobb, if you're listening, he was a great trader, a great guy as well. So, Pax, we have Order Flow Labs guys in the house right as we speak. We have Leo and Stowe with us.
What's
guys,
going on,
how you
fellas?
doing?
What's up, Leo? Stowe, how you doing, kid?
Good, doing good. How are you guys?
Phenomenal.
That's good.
How's your weather, Pax, up there in Chicago?
It's like Florida. It rains like crazy, and then the sun comes out. It's been the rainiest summer that I can remember in recent history. But it's been, it's beautiful.
Yeah, we've had about the same. It's unnecessarily humid here.
Yeah, that's funny. Oklahoma has been unnecessarily humid.
Yep.
It's awesome. But that's a funny line. Unnecessarily humid. My son the other day told me that my older son, Danny, told me that, we were talking about girls and how he talks to girls. He said, "Oh yeah, no, Dad, I have no problem. I am full of all kinds of undeserved confidence." I thought that was a funny line. Undeserved.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Stowe, how are you doing? How you been trading?
Oh, good. Doing good. It's been a good 3 weeks. This, listening to Jim helped me a lot. Moving my stop, turns out, saves me a bunch of money.
Yes.
So that was good. Switching to minis has been pretty good. So yeah, it's been a chill time.
Good. When we change, at least for me, when I change things, I can have, I'm resistant to change, as Anthony knows. So when I change things up a little bit, I have to go real slow, and I have to take things, real carefully, because I can get a little ahead of myself too quickly.
Oh yeah. Almost as soon as if I do like one thing different in the morning, something bad happens.
Oh, me too. Oh, me too. Me too. Me too.
But we've been lucky with this one. That's cool about the trader meetup. I didn't know about that. I might scoot over there. I'm not that far away from Chicago. That could be cool.
Well, where are you?
I'm in Pittsburgh.
It's less than an 8-hour car ride, Stowe. You could do it.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. We would go play just one show in Chicago in the weekend. And just over and back. So yeah, I might slide over.
Oh, that'd be great.
That could be awesome.
That would be great. I would love to meet you in person.
Cool.
Hey, Stowe, you remember that $500 that I gave you on that free bet?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just take that and just use that for your trip.
Oh, you know what would be cool? Maybe I could take a train. I've always wanted to take that train. Oh man, maybe that would be awesome. Okay, I'll think about it.
Well, now that Leo mentioned the bet,
yeah,
I'm going to have to say we're trading the open today. There was an offer that was not accepted yesterday when you guys were trading the close. Is there going to be another offer this morning between you two guys?
I like the way you think, Jim.
I don't know. I can't even figure out how to put a bet together that would make sense for Leo. What would be good, Leo? You want to you get your $500 back if the single prints fill from yesterday? How about that?
I don't know.
It's not bad. I mean, the probability is at least relatively in your favor.
Yeah, we could do that. Right. Single prints fill, I get my money back.
All right. So now let's be okay. So bet accepted. Looks like we need to get down. Okay, so we need to get at least to 23,175.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard it, chat.
All right.
The bet is on.
It's recorded for prosperity right here. Hey, Pax, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You have a great weekend,
Pax.
brother,
Good to
man.
see you, brother.
Thank you, Stowe.
See you,
Leo, I'll
Pax.
talk to you soon. Stowe, are you really 7'3"? How tall are you?
No,
he's 7'3".
6'1".
Oh, okay. Hey, good.
7'3"
I
would
think
be
you're thinking of Kane. Kane's super tall.
That's what Fractal put in there. He's 7'3".
That'd be cool. I mean,
this guy's a chop buster.
I can't dunk. That would be cool.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Pax.
Kill it. You guys will kill
All
it.
right.
God bless
Thank you,
all.
Pax.
Thanks,
Appreciate
brother.
you, man.
Thanks, Jimmy.
All right. So just real quickly, too, 11 o'clock, me and Shai are doing a weekly wrap up. And then at 11:30, Mike Burke from NinjaTrader, my colleague at NinjaTrader, is going to come and show some super cool new tools and then how to get those tools for the desktop platform. All right, guys.
Jim, you didn't say indicators. You said tools.
I know.
He's getting there. That's good.
Yeah.
I know.
Am I rubbing off on you?
You are.
I love it.
You are.
It took me like a year for Leo to finally knock that word out of my vocabulary. So you're ahead of me, Jim.
Oh man. Anyway, I'm learning, man. I'll learn from anybody. I don't care how old you are or how long you've been trading. You know, if you got something to teach, you know, I think that's the key as you get older. 'Cause, you know, things change. Paradigm of the market changes. You know, things get improved whether you like it or not. Right? I mean, I'm not doing point and figure charts sitting on the side of the pit anymore with a pen and pencil. So it's all good stuff.
But see, I still use point and figure charts from time to time. I'll have to
But
walk you through that.
but you're not sitting on your lazy boy with the pencil and paper putting
Well,
X's and O's.
you don't know that. I could be in secret.
He could be. He's old school. He's like those old school dudes that keep score at the baseball games, you know? He's got to do everything manually.
All right. I love it. In any event. All right, guys. Appreciate you being here this morning, especially on a Friday. And we're finishing strong today. I'm going to pop over into the chat. Wish you guys both the best of luck.
Thanks,
Jim.
buddy. Good morning. Good morning, Big Cat. What's up, homie?
Good morning. Now it begins.
Now it begins. This just got a little wild doing this early. I was like, oh man. Usually I've got a coffee and a half in before I'm looking at this camera.
There was a funny meme that I saw that it said, actually I posted it in our little group chat. You drink Monster Energy to wake up. I wake up to drink Monster. We are not the same.
Are you a proponent of the White Monster?
No.
Okay.
But
I've never understood that meme either. It's that must be like, I don't know. There must be some adjacent Chad meme involved in the White Monsters. Only monster I ever got into was the those Monster Rehabs, those iced tea ones.
Oh yeah. I used to drink those back in the day.
Yeah, I can't.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, when I was a young man.
I've switched it up. I
in the aughts.
You know, if I'm not drinking coffee, I'm drinking the Ghost energy drinks. We keep those around here.
Ghost.
I've
never heard of that.
Yeah, they're good. You know, they have some different flavors and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Is it OPEX today?
I don't know. Probably. What day is it?
Nick is telling me it's OPEX.
It's 8. Well, Nick would know. What's OPEX? Like the third Friday?
Yeah, it is.
Let's count the Fridays. Yep, it's OPEX.
Very, very
Gamma's
dangerous.
in the chat.
Gamma's in the chat. What are you looking at this morning, buddy?
Oh, nothing. Just my usual thing. The European opening range is like we're basically short off of it, so that's a tiny clue. We did look like we got some exhaustive pop overnight at like 139. So I don't know. I'm not trying to fade this, but I would like to see those singles fill get to 23 200s and then maybe bounce from there. Continue on. I don't know. We just build volume up here and above the all-time high, and we keep pushing. That's what I'm looking at least coming into it. We'll see. We'll see how angry the market gets.
So I drew some lines on the chart. They don't have the values there, but let's see if I can zoom in. Like the 240s, from yesterday. It's funny, we're trading the same range we traded yesterday afternoon, which is fantastic. I love that for us.
Surely it will move faster.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. I think being basically bullish above the 250s and 240s, this little boxed range.
Yeah.
As long as we're kind of above that, market's going higher. If we break this high volume node, we built volume there yesterday. We built it overnight. There's assume lots of inventory around here. And if we get below it, I'd look for that break into the single prints. So that's kind of what I'm looking at on the charts. I don't really have anything, from an MGI perspective, because we haven't been up here. So we're outside of last week's range. We're outside of, 200s. We're outside of basically everything that that I would be looking at.
Yes.
So we're just going to trade what we see here.
Yeah, baby. You can only use vibes when you're on the moon, Leo. That's all you got up here.
That's a phrase that should be coined. You can only use vibes
when you're on the moon. I guess the ultimate pullback that this kind of happens whenever we don't get the pullback from a trend day that I was looking for yesterday. I'm just looking for that. I guess like 180, 175 was where I really wanted to buy a nice retest yesterday, and obviously we came nowhere near that as you and I traded the the 5-point range close yesterday. So
yeah.
The other thing that's been happening that I've been kind of sitting out the first 15, 20 minutes anyway, just because my stats have told me how terrible that's been for me in the last couple months. At least I think most days this week, it's been an initial push down that eventually gets bought somewhere. So I'm definitely trying to wait for that today too. Just be extra cautious, extra patient.
Yeah, there have been a lot of weak opens that rally pretty hard.
Yeah. So I don't know what that's about, but
you know what that means is that today we're just going to rally hard out of the open and not do anything fun.
Shoot, you're right. I put it into the universe, and that's exactly what's going to happen now.
You said it.
Classic. Yeah, ES is a little stronger today too. Okay. Yeah, ES came and touched that 63.42, and that's kind of the overnight low. That's the top of its balance area that it's leaving at the moment. Okay. How about the chat? I don't think I've talked to the chat this early. What's up, chat? Good morning, Trader Kane. Good morning.
Kane's in the chat. Good morning, Kane.
Man, Cooper is one of many people that have spent at least every day on stream telling me about the Russell in some way. Still a popular thing.
Does that make you want to trade the Russell?
No. No.
What are the two worst index markets to trade?
For me?
Yeah.
Honestly, crude's the worst for me.
That's not an index market stuff.
Oh, fair enough. You're right. I don't know. I've only ever really tried to trade like 4 things. I've never really branched out.
The answer for me would be the Dow and the Russell.
I've never tried to trade
markets.
The Russell. How thin is it? Is it pretty thin?
It's like crude. It trades like crude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't get a handle on those. I mean, the Dow I was able to trade a couple times, but I guess looking back on my good Dow trades, like those were more swing trade ideas that I just executed intraday. Like I was looking at big balance areas for the Dow and really only hitting those edges like every couple days. It's pretty clean once it wicks everybody out. But it's a super thin market, so it's like somebody throws 50 lots in. The Dow is also dumb in that it does big round number stuff all the time. So if you really get your smooth brain out and just focus on those big round numbers getting run, and you can easily trade the Dow.
You're a good smooth brain guy, though.
I know. I try to smooth it out a little bit more every day.
Don't need so many ridges.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Hang Seng? That would be cool. Room 550A says I'm secretly killing the Hang Seng. The truth, room 550A, is that I've been tailing that Jane Street Nifty 50 trade this entire time, and I'm actually a billionaire.
When were you going to tell me?
Well, I'm going to start by sending you this $500 back, and then, we'll go from there.
That means the single prints have to fill.
What a fun story. I mean, you read
Fading.
that. You read that story, right?
No,
Okay.
tell me about it.
So, you know what Jane Street is, right? I think I know. It's just a
Oh, yeah,
proprietary
yeah.
trading firm, right?
Yeah, right, right, right. So,
Okay.
yeah, okay. I've heard some of it, but you probably know a lot more because you're Stowe.
Well, I thought that the thing I like about it is it's basically they just took an entire index and treated it like a meme coin. And so um, they bought a ton of futures, pumped it to the moon while loading up on puts, and then sold everything, crashing it, cashing in on the puts, and then buying it back up again. So Jane Street's kind of like, I don't know. People always mention them like, oh, this is the GOAT. This is the, this is where the smartest minds go to, the quant things. That's how I've always interpreted this firm. But
Right.
this is the most, this is the most basic, simple grift ever. So that's what I like the most about it is, yeah, it's just like, okay, they came up with this simple strategy called crime, and then just went with that instead of quantiness.
That is a fantastic way to put it. They came up with a simple strategy called crime. I'm trying to get a ES chart to load, but look, what's really interesting is that this behavior, this is like a standard all-time high behavior.
Yep.
You have a high, it liquidates, a high that liquidates, a new high that liquidates. What if we repeated that and just liquidated today? I would get my $500 back. That's the answer.
It's true. It's true. But it's a Friday in America. Just throwing that out there. In the summer.
What day of the week is the most bullish day from open to close?
Didn't we run this? Isn't it Monday?
Yes, it's Monday.
Monday. Ah, that's right. Steel trap, Leo. Steel trap. Forget nothing.
Whatever you say.
I really might go to Chicago. That could be cool. That's too far for you to drive, right?
Chicago. Yeah, I'm not driving to Chicago.
Okay. Okay. I forget how big the Midwest is,
It's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
I think Kane's going.
Kane's going? No, really?
Yeah.
Kane, are you going to that Chicago thing? If Kane's going, I'm going. Whoa.
He is
okay.
going.
That's cool. Kane, do you need me to pick you up from the airport? Kane could find out in real life that I'm not joking about my 2010 Toyota Prius.
And you refuse to buy anything different?
Well, until it dies. I mean, it's almost
Does
got
it-
300. It's got 250,000 miles on it. I'm kind of going for a record right now.
Does it have a functional windshield?
Yes, it does now.
Do you want to tell the story? We have time.
No, I can't tell that one.
Why?
It's too close to home.
Oh, Stowe. Do you want me to tell the story?
No. That's not a story for the chat. That's a private story. I got to keep some stuff behind the vest, or however they say it. Kind of pushing now.
Huh. So
Leo,
I can't tell the story. You're saying
no, you
that.
can't. Nope.
Okay. Not even part of it?
Nope.
Dang. All right. I respect your wishes.
I was going to ask you, where are you at with pre-market trades? When do you allow yourself to take those?
Oh, wow.
In what conditions?
As little as possible, to be honest, because two things happen. I either establish such a weird bias because I'm rooting for whatever trade that I'm in to work. And then two, I take that bias, carry that through RTH with me.
Mm.
And so now all of a sudden I'm not looking at the RTH. I'm not looking at the open with objective, it's a very biased approach.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the other thing is that when I trade pre-market, I'm usually skipping, some of the prep stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I lose sight of, my normal routine.
That's cool. I don't trade it at all because every time I get into a trade like that, I think I had like a 5% win rate on anything I got into pre-market. And I ran that probably over the winter when I first started using that stat program. So yeah, typically I'm not even sitting here, so I don't even see it happen. Maybe I should get like a sheet and put it over my monitors and then like unveil it to myself at market open. Hey, good morning, Chris.
I need a photo of Stowe and Kane sitting on the hood of Stowe's Prius. I need the same thing.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, JD Trader, I really don't do much pre-market, to be honest. Crime called strategy. So this is a Jane Street apologist.
Oh, is somebody mad that I'm making fun of Jane Street?
Oh, I wouldn't say mad. I think they're just saying,
Okay.
hey, that's a strategy.
Yeah, man, crime is a strategy. It's true. Especially, these days. Lots of crime strategies going on. No shame. You do you. I'm still using
They agree.
750 vol.
They agree.
Oh, okay.
I misunderstood what they said.
Okay, cool.
There's a lot that gets lost in the translation of the text from the chat,
A quandrum. I'm on 750 vol still. I haven't moved my candle size. I pretty much don't ever move the candle size.
These are 700 vol.
You're on 700?
Yeah.
You ditched the 50?
Okay, that's a funny joke. Not even funny. Yeah, so I think like what I'm coming to, like, I guess the conclusion that I'm coming to with this during low volume is going up a time frame or two is not a bad thing.
Oh, okay.
So, a dance between 350 and 400 usually.
Yeah.
And market's not really rewarding like rapid momentum type of moves where you're trying to be early to something.
Yeah.
And so just going up a couple of clicks as far as time frame goes has forced me to just be a little more patient, just like letting some of that stuff play out first on the lower time frame before I get in and execute.
That's crazy. That's cool. That's an interesting observation because it's like
it's the opposite of what
I
you
would
think.
imagine the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. See, chat. Now, this is how I trick Leo into spilling his actual alpha that he tries not to share with us.
I wouldn't call it alpha. I mean, it's just
you can call everything alpha if you want.
Yeah, sure. It's the internet.
You can pump the Nifty 50 and then grab all the puts on the planet and be like, well, it's alpha. Proprietary.
Cooper, I like volume more than tick. I don't. Okay, so I used to use tick for many years.
Okay.
I like volume more than anything. That's a joke. I used to use tick, and then we created this study called Delta Map, and that's what's coloring these candles. And in order to look at the underlying deltas, it was decided that we used volume-based candles because that's a constant. Because there's a lot of things that the study is doing in the background to kind of normalize, what's being printed, like red or blue. And so, in order to keep that like something that's a constant, it's always the same amount of volume, because a tick could be 50 volume, one tick could be 50 volume, or a tick could be one volume, right? So that's the reason we, or I guess a lot of people end up doing what I do, and in my circle, but that's the reason I go with the volume.
That's
just for the
cool.
study.
I didn't know that either.
Stowe's mind is getting warped right now.
Well, I just tell what you guys do, so I don't actually like dig into the explanation. I'm just like, all right, looks good, sounds good.
But really, if you look at a volume chart and a tick chart, they're not going to be super different.
Yeah, for sure. Good morning, Driver Trades. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So no gap up, huh? Not yet.
Pretty close.
It doesn't look like it's going to do one.
ES has a 2-point gap up so far.
Yeah,
or
there you
could
go.
be.
Yep.
It's got potential. There's potential. This is 5 minutes, I find that this might just be like just dumb Leo things. But I find that pre-market, when we're trading near what would be a gap and they run it and open it in a gap, it usually goes like right from the open and away from the gap, basically.
Yep.
So like if we open here, like we start pushing it away from here, like having momentum going into pre-market, like let's say we open 29, like at these 290s, a lot of times what'll happen is we'll just continue to run.
Interesting. Oh man, Kane has to pay an extra $250 to come here for that Chicago thing.
For what?
For visa stuff. That's wild. I guess it's in the big beautiful bill. That's what the chat's saying. So this is all allegedly. Kane, how big of a hassle is all that visa stuff that you have to do to come to and fro? I once tried to go to the UK and was arrested because I messed up my visa stuff. If I ever told you that
arrested?
Story? Yeah. It's the only time. It's the only time I've ever been in any sort of jail or weird situation like that. I didn't get my musician visa correct, and I was trying to take the ferry from Calais, France, to the UK, and I had a bunch of shows booked. I had a week's worth of shows booked, but I was doing it all for free or donation, as like a workaround. The UK's got, or at least they did back then, they had pretty stringent like work requirements. So I thought I found a little loophole that apparently I didn't find, Leo. So they pulled me and my other dude I was touring with and interviewed us, that they just pulled up our websites and they were like, well, looks like you are going to go work in the UK. So yeah, I got to hang out for a day in a French ferry jail.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was weird.
That is quite hilarious.
So
And the chat's like, that's classic Stowe. Yes, you're right.
I'm kind of a bad boy, chat. Just throwing that out there. It was weird. They took
Look at this open.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What?
2 minutes.
It's not even open yet.
No.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
We just went
Rip City,
15
baby.
points out of nowhere. I love it.
Okay,
Just
well,
like
there's a new overnight high now.
Yes, there is. That's very observant.
Dude, I might get to keep this $500. Hello, Pete. You gonna chill in here today? The other thing about trading at this time on the internet is this is kind of my cat's time to go to war with each other for an hour. So we'll see. We'll see how crazy they get. What is this, a tweet? What's going on here, Leo? Where's Tracy? Tracy, help. Tell me what Trump's doing. Oh, and a big boy on ES there too.
We have any we do have
You know,
Stowe.
everybody's favorite thing, consumer sentiment.
Yeah. I was looking.
I hate that freaking
If there's
thing.
one thing that could get us to those single prints, it's that U of M sentiment survey. It's very fake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that cost me a lot of money that day. You remember.
Mm-hmm. You do you,
10
Kane.
seconds.
We need like a
Uh-oh. Chat's bullish.
bullish, neutral, bearish. Only 22% is bearish. I'm gonna let this thing open up before I even consider a trade.
All right. We did get a tiny, tiny gap.
Yes. Now filled.
Yeah. Yes, not quite yet. 47.
And that in the context of everything, that open pump and like reversal into the open isn't super bullish for the immediate time frame.
We came down and touched this 30-second European opening range. Current support. Can she hold?
Too much volume being built down here. Come on. Just like
Now,
we
Leo,
got sucked into that range from yesterday.
Don't let your desire to win this $500 back mess with your bias for the day.
You're saying don't short the market all day? You got to get those single prints.
This is moving pretty fast today.
Yeah, surprisingly, right?
Yeah. This is definitely a faster tempo than
Yep. Hey, bro, you got to bring your candles over. We can't even see them.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. There we go.
This is a chart for ants.
Yeah. Ooh, little chasey guy. Okay. So far it's been the same day again. Aggressive puke down that got bought.
Yeah, but that wasn't even a good puke. I mean, to be honest.
No, this is exactly what happened yesterday.
I'm going to try short here. It's from this exhaustion, right from this little low volume. It's not going to be good, huh?
I don't
We're going
know.
to start off with a bad start.
We're going to see I'm just waiting to see what the RTH Open retest does. See if that seller is still sitting there. This is also moving a little fast for me. Now, yeah, see, they're going through. Yeah.
It's good for me to warm up. Man, I still like that trade. Just a little early.
Oh. That was aggressive. Big mad. Got bought though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of support down here. I mean, up and what's this prior day high?
Yeah. Yeah,
which is the all-time high.
Yeah, I'm still good. ES did not quite fill the gap. I guess I got within a tick. Are we counting that?
Sure.
Okay.
What's the tick between two friends?
Indeed. Yeah, this looks, I mean, you came down and grabbed that 30. Man, why does this? Maybe at some point today when this slows down, I can get you to tell me what I'm doing wrong with this thing that keeps deleting itself every time the market opens. There we go.
The Euro range?
Yeah, it's just like it makes me pick a new green every day to show back up again. I don't know. I have a custom session set from 3 a.m. to 4 p.m. and no.
Does it resolve if you refresh the chart?
Yeah, but that's a little more annoying than just redoing the green.
Right.
So for some reason, redoing the green takes less time.
Weird, because it's doing the same process, I'm pretty sure. And I fumbled that trade, honestly.
Poison. Yeah, I mean, the bid's down here. Time in the entry in this, I don't know. We're inside of the 5-minute OR, and like that, we're not like that first low didn't look like something I could anchor anything on. So I'm less inclined to take it unless I see something pretty good. There's a previous day high again.
I mean, just based on some of this order flow, it just doesn't look super bullish right now.
Yeah, there's definitely an offer
I
that
definitely
came in.
fumbled that short. I could have re-entered.
It was just moving fast, dude.
Hey, no. That's not. Don't be trying to give me excuses for my bad trade.
All right. Okay. Equal low down here.
That's AJ's nightmare.
Yep. There's been a lot of that this summer. What are you doing?
There's no way we don't sweep 23,250. 250. Oh.
Who's saying that?
Yeah. I would like to sweep. What's that level? What's the level, Stowe?
I don't know what you're talking about. I got into a long here.
Guy.
It's getting stuffed right at the previous day high, though. Come on. Get out of here, you stupid offer. Rats. Got to clear him. Ooh, doesn't look good.
I like when you get into a trade and you're like, come on, get up there.
Well, everybody, everybody gets to see my process, including when, when I'm yelling at stuff. So it's all part of the journey, guys.
You guys haven't seen me throw out a hat across the room yet, but
could be
one
today.
Day.
Not great. No. Try it again. I took a half stop on that one, so that's good. Too heavy. Still stepping on it. So this is the majority of the volume from yesterday's high.
Yep.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Coming into the 5-day point of control. Previous day close is right here. Let's see if anybody shows up. Nice. Nice. Was that ding for my trade?
That was the edge alert from Jim.
What did it say? Anything good? Well, let me open this up. I got too many windows open.
Something about Ether futures.
We're talking about ETH. All right.
Setup's there for the 5-minute OR trade.
Is it?
Good enough for me.
This is a lot. This passive seller at the previous day high is partying. Let me try to anchor to that. We'll see if what we get. Won't you ride? I don't know how I'm going to get another coffee. I should have brought the whole pot in here.
Just right next to your desk. Just pour it right from the whole thing.
Straight to the dome. I guess we could ask, yeah, Anthony, where are you at, dude? Where's your coffee machine based on your trading desk? How adjacent is it? All right, get this high. Get him.
I'm going to take a stab at this.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Still sitting there.
They have this, there's this little ledge right here. I mean,
yeah,
for the upper edge of this high volume node. Definitely some passive activity here from the sell side. So
it's
trying
insane.
to lean on that.
Oh, now the pivot's in the way? Come on. Yeah, dude, this seller's partying. This is almost enough selling for me to take this trade. And it's got to be a lot for that to exist. Bid came in at 270, though. Damn it, my range is gone again. All right. What's up with this stall?
Right. Wait for something to happen.
Hello? Mr. Market, what are you doing?
Waiting for that 9 a.m. release, or 10 a.m. I guess your time.
Yeah. Austin, I don't know. It's been acting up, so I don't know if the position tracker thing is going to work today. I loaded the new one and had it working, but yeah, it's linked properly, so I'm going to have to look at it. Yeah. Sorry if anybody can't see that, but I'm long from 263. I got one off, and now I'm just looking at either holding this one, if we can blow this seller out here.
That would also include blowing me out.
Yeah, well, this is what makes a market, Leo. Holy Moses, look at this. This is wild. Impressive. I'm not even
More
mad.
of the same from yesterday,
Yeah, right.
just faster.
This is gonna. There's some initiation.
I just trimmed one because you know, we're not getting the push lower. I may even just scratch out this last piece.
I'm thinking about doing the same thing from the other side of the
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This the more we just hang here, the more vulnerable I think this little LVN is actually.
Same with lower. Yeah.
So you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking, and you're in the
But
other
backwards.
Isn't that fun how trading works?
Yeah, right. Well, I think that I think I think blue team is definitely has more volume as far as what it's sold versus bought here on the red team. I mean, look at that. Good grief.
Yes. I mean, but it's
thousand lots.
It's just more of the same from yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, in that 80 to 72 range right here, it's just nothing but passive. We're just sitting on the offer.
Back to previous day high. And they stepped back on it.
Coming out of mine.
Here comes the mid. Now it's getting feisty. Let's see if they hold the previous day high on this tiny pullback. Pullback for ants. So what I'm looking for is all these highs. Whoops. All these highs to hold on that little retest down there. Nice, nice. I like. Fat fish. Absorption up the wazoo. I haven't heard up the wazoo in a while. That's something my mom would always say. That's really funny. Up the wazoo. All right. Go see what this guy at the open's up to again. Got this little ledge here. This node must be defeated.
Try this mid trade.
Why club trading Italia? Do I drink Jack Daniels or what? No, I don't. I've never understood. Even when I was a kid, I never understood drinking Jack Daniels. That stuff always tasted like charcoal to me.
Still does, right?
I mean, I can't drink that stuff.
Yeah, I don't. That's probably the worst.
I put that up there with that's like Malort world bad taste to me. Leo, you ever drink Malort?
No.
Really?
Uh-uh.
Oh, dude. Wait, Kane, are you still around? This is good. I I have a good plan for Chicago.
Uh-oh.
Kane, have you ever tried it? This is a Chicago thing, Kane. Dude, if we're hanging in Chicago, we can do fun Chicago stuff, including watching you drink Malort. Where's all my Chicago people at? Jim, how do you feel about Malort? I can't believe I haven't asked anybody these questions. This is kind of working for you, Leo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what am I trying to get to here? 320? So I got 30 points open on possible 20 more points. So I'm like, I'm halfway to my target. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Let's keep an eye.
Really don't like that we're just not moving away from this.
It's waiting for the world's most important news event, Leo. The University of Michigan has a lot to say.
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes.
That much further west. Jim's a hard no on Malort. All right. All right.
Hard no.
I don't want to talk about what it actually tastes like because I would like Kane to try it.
I think you've just said enough. He's not trying it. Like,
But yeah, it's possibly the worst tasting thing that's ever existed. It's insane how bad it is.
called Malort. Is it like a whiskey or what?
No, it's like it's I think it's technically a liqueur. It tastes
Liqueur.
like I don't know. Like if you crunched up a Tylenol and then also bit your lip. That's kind of what it tastes like and feels like while you're drinking it.
That is the weirdest. I don't even know. Whoa. Hey. All right. I took one on that flash. What the heck?
You cheater.
I love it when that happens.
I guess that seller was mad. See, this is why people like to short. Silly stuff like that. Boy, am I glad I covered. Woo!
I got one left.
So yeah, folks,
The
that's
mid-trade strikes again.
Mid-trade strikes again. So once we couldn't get back above this secondary absorption, once we got past the first dude, yeah, no bueno for me. So I got out of that, got my 20 points. This is also kind of how I trade in the morning anyway, especially if we're in, what are we in? We got like a 40-point range going right now. Obviously we're going to leave this one way or the other. So there's going to be another chance to get in to some momentum based on this volume that we're building here.
That seemed like a bit of a news dump. Was there news?
West.
Was there news?
What's there news?
No news.
Oh, hey, Tracy. Yeah, Tracy's here. Cool.
Just a random tape bomb.
It's OPEX. It's a gamma up there, dude.
Oh, yes. The gamma was in the room with me in my trade.
It's nice when it's on your team.
Yeah.
For sure.
Why didn't anybody tell me the gamma was there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't love that we just exhausted into that like little new low and then just we're rallying right back.
Well, it's ironic that you don't love that because I actually love that part.
Did you get long?
I just got in now.
Of course.
The offer pulled, but
I mean, dude, you have 5 minutes till the big data dump. Are you really gonna get a 20-point rotation higher before then?
Possibly.
Okay.
It was years ago. Well, the offer pull that I saw isn't being crossed into, so I might have regrets.
Leaked and manipulated. Manipulation. Everybody knows except for us what the data was or what the data is coming. The data gets sent Stowe back to all high day. You're 100% right.
Don't worry, it'll stop me out first if that's the plan. And I will not be in a position for that data, so just because
I think what I'm gonna do is just stay in the short.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You got some room.
I'm gonna stay in the short. And the best case scenario is we go down to those single prints where we are yesterday. I take profit. Stowe has to Venmo me $500.
Mm-hmm.
I really probably won't stay in the trade though, because that number specifically has been causing such a ruck. I don't want to.
You got 40 points of space. I'd at least.
I don't think so, man. No.
Okay.
Well, thank you, and the velocity logic, they can skip right over this whole thing.
That's fair.
What do you mean by single prints? Single prints just an area where price wasn't traded. Candles don't have any overlap. So like if you're looking at this chart right here, this would be a single print and this would be a single print because there's no overlapping period. So it's kind of like signifying breakout, like a trend. But it's interesting if you look at this, kind of looking at this chart now on this higher time frame. This is a 60-minute chart. We have a really nice tail, like a really nice wick from after taking out these highs. So that's something to carry forward. Typically I'd be bullish in this area, but I noted that the open was kind of weak, and pre-market that activity wasn't super bullish either. That's why I've kind of been taking these little stab short, especially with that OR mid trade. I mean, this is a predefined trade for me, and I've shared pretty heavily about this setup on Twitter, so nobody should be surprised that I'd be shorting this. But yeah, it's good to have that confluence when you have that little pop and then it's kind of a weak open. What are you getting into, buddy? Oh, your trade. Anyways, sorry to ramble. So single prints are just basically where candles on a 30-minute time frame don't overlap each other, like these guys. There's no wicks that are overlapping those same prices.
42.
Drop the Twitter. It's ES_F_Leo. Would you ever move your stop to break even or just keep it? Yeah, I probably should move it to break even actually. If I stay in this trade for the news, the data release, I just don't think I want to. I'd rather take the profit and then see if there's a trade after. What's going on?
You talking to me?
Kane, I don't know. What do you mean?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover. I'm just gonna get out of it before just take my money and run. You're shook. Break even. Oh, yeah. I've been so pedantic about the break even things that Kane is shook up that I moved to stop. Hey, getting wicked out the news agree. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, hey, if I had 2 contracts on, I could take one and leave one, right? And just be like, obviously, I don't have any edge at all on a data release. You know, it could be even if I knew the number, I don't know what the market's going to react or how it's going to move.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just like if I leave a trade on for when there is a data release, I don't have any edge. So I'm literally just hoping that something, that it continues to go in my favor.
Yep.
So I've just learned for me is just take the profit and wait for a new setup.
Yeah, it can always get back in, turns out.
See? Exactly. There's
Perfect.
why.
Perfect.
See, I would have gotten stopped out because that's probably where my stop was.
Yep. I mean, that was your entry. Straight back to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. The market's got jokes, dude. It's my favorite part about the market. It is hilarious.
Lower than expectation.
Oops, I lost my chat. Grisha says, Leo, what is the rationale to omit the take profit brackets? Why do you just use a stop loss, Leo?
I'm a psychopath.
There's the short version of it. Madness. Primarily madness.
Discretionary entry and discretionary exits for me. That's it. There's a lot of times where the market's moving with momentum. And if I had fixed TPs, maybe those get taken out before I could adjust them, to expand with that momentum. And so, just over time, I've learned that it's better for me to take the same type of logic that I would use for an entry, for an execution to get into a trade, to also get out of a trade or to let a trade run. And so I think that's something that, comes with some experience. I also do have a lot of predefined targets based on, MGI and other things that are always kind of different. But for me, it's been a better, long-term strategy for me to use that discernment to be able to, let trades run when they have momentum behind them. I think traders that are learning, that are new, should use fixed brackets because there's something to be said. Like, there's something to be said that you're consistently taking predefined TPs, where you don't have to engage in that part of the decision making process for your trade execution. That opens up your brain, your mind to that screen time and capturing, like, you're capturing the trades and being able to execute the trades. That's part of, like, just, hey, I'm a new trader, is just learning, the learning how to actually trade. And then later on, you can get refined on your execution.
Entry sucked.
Yeah, that 1 hour candle.
Yes.
There's two big wicks back to back. So that's good sign for the single prints to get filled, Stowe.
I know. This bid is stoked down here, though. Here's your 250, whoever asked for it. So I'll make you stay. ES back to previous day high. Overnight low is run. Let me try this. Try this spot here. This. Nope. What do we got down here? 34. That was the 40.
We're coming to that area that's kind of vulnerable for, you know, a break.
Yep.
In these 240s to 235. Doesn't mean we couldn't hold, you know, 230s. But if we don't, then I think it's a pretty quick trip for me to get $500. Man, that'd be a fantastic thing, like a boomerang, you know. I send out 500, I get 500 back a couple weeks later. Can you send it with interest?
Unfortunately, I don't think that that there's an interest-bearing function on Venmo, but
we can make one. I can give you a rate.
Oh yeah, so heavy now. It's kind of tricky though. They keep piling it on and then pulling it off at the same time. ES is at its inflection point too right here. So where NQ is being a little more grouchy.
Yeah.
This might be like that final NQ push bit that they just needed to tick me out that last time. Let's see. Need to cross over into the overnight high here.
Still pretty heavy. The OFO loan shark plugin. That's right. Leo's about to break out the amortization schedule.
That's funny. How long's it been? A week?
2 weeks.
What's your VIG, dude?
I don't want to say it publicly. It's pretty high.
Okay. I feel like I accidentally took out a subprime loan.
Unknowingly.
Come on, you turkeys.
This is what you want to see.
Come on.
We came in to support, and we're holding it so far. You have to get above this.
Oh, I got one off. Nice.
These 50s. These 60s right here, look. All the way across.
Yeah.
It's been support. It could be flipped now to resistance.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a node being built in this little range below it.
Pretty big rejection on ES too.
How do you configure the leg to leg so it only shows large numbers with a blue or red background? I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Oh, they're talking about like
Large numbers.
like it's not, mine isn't highlighting for numbers that are less than 100
Oh, yeah. So
on
if
the
you
Delta volume
download the
profile.
new zip file, there's a feature now that has a threshold, and you just change the threshold. So like, for example, mine is set to 50. So you can see on these gray bars, they don't have a delta greater than 50. So they don't print anything. So this just helps isolate like some of the larger deltas to have, show them standing out a little more. So just go to that leg-to-leg profile study, and there's a threshold value under the delta profile section.
Well, it's getting wiggly. It's getting very wiggly, actually. See, now this is more of a time when I would look to take the mid trade. I didn't have enough volume on this. That's why I was more neutral up there.
Fair enough. I won't judge you.
Thank you. Feel like cliffhanger right now.
Yeah, ES is on death's door, it looks like. The more we hang out here and build up this delta, the more interested I get in taking along somewhere in here. Oh, we did it back here too. If you look to the left.
Yeah. That's why I'm not out. I don't feel great about it. I don't like this. I don't like it just slowing down here and meandering. I mean, it popped aggressively out, and that's where I got that first one off.
Yeah.
But it bricked, like you said, it bricked right up against these lows that it had held, what, like 4 times?
Yep.
Yeah. Ugh, gross.
Sorry, but after you get stopped out,
You might get in.
We're gonna start rooting for those single prints to get filled.
That's fine. You can still root for it right now.
Oh, I have been.
Just silently.
Hey, we haven't asked for any likes, chat. Can we get some likes?
We get some
Can you
likes.
guys
Well, Leo,
be kind?
I always for the morning shows, I just like to inherit everybody else's likes and not ask anybody. So I just get everybody.
Sneak.
Yeah, that's right. So in the morning, I don't ask for likes. I just assume, I pretend they're all mine.
I need to get like a full-on influencer mode clip for that. Like, give us some likes. It helps the show.
Yeah, I hate this. I'm done. And for those reasons, I'm out.
I'm not a big guy, self-promotion kind of person. All right, let's see it.
Show me what you
We're
got.
working into the first set.
I got 217 as the top of the first set.
217.
Yeah.
Does this draw type have a price?
I don't know.
Uh,
ES said its overnight low just now.
I guess I could turn the crosshairs on. We need to trade 158, right?
We need to trade 174 to qualify for the bet.
Oh, even higher. Yep. Oh, yes, I'm on a 60-minute. 174. Okay. I don't hate that. That's doable.
Yeah, you're gonna get it.
Oh, don't say that now.
The only thing that can help. Yeah, I think ES probably has to get to 336.
This is my Leo gets paid line. This is my pay line.
It's just asking a lot.
I love it.
Yeah, it's puking its guts out now. All right. Fine. Fine, market. Let me pull up my high time frame while I'm about to lose this money. All right. What do we got here? 197. Okay. Yeah, this is what I wanted yesterday. Around 197. So I might wait for that now. My singles.
Kind of, they got to get through two sets. I mean, that's a lot of aggressive activity from yesterday to bury through.
Mm-hmm. Also right here at 215 is yesterday's VWAP close, the RTH VWAP close, which I like to use as especially post trend day, which I would qualify yesterday as. I like to use that as a nice indicator. It's often good for a nice little bounce. We got a Delta flip. See if we can hold it or if this seller is serious business.
There's some bids down at 200. They're not big, like 100
No?
lots.
Oh, my entry was horrendous. What we got down there? Yeah, 90. Yeah, it didn't pop fast enough. Oh, it's happening. Where's ES2?
Where's that line at? 174?
ES back below its previous week high.
Should put it on this chart. Right. 74. There we go. This is what we need to hit.
You got your price line?
Yep.
Man, they ticked me out. Oh,
this is an all day bet, right?
Hate to see it. Yes.
Yeah.
This is all day.
So
well,
all
no,
day.
all stream.
Oh, you changed the rules on mid bet?
I don't think so. I mean,
Chat.
we had like
chat. What's the rule here? Can we get an
we were playing
referee
for the stream
in the chat?
last time.
It was the end of the day. I gave it till the end of the close.
It just because it
just happened to coordinate with the stream.
Right.
Why is so base long? Because it's a bull market. Prices, get bought up very frequently. And Stowe loves He's a bull. Not cool. JD Trader says not cool, Stowe.
Well, JD Trader, you know, if you want to make dumb bets with your friends, you can figure out the rules for those. But until then,
You didn't clarify though. I mean, you just said if we trade down here, I get paid.
all right, that's fine. If you want to, I mean, if you would rather win this money back in, you know, an untoward way, that's
oh
all.
my God. Now you're playing angles on me?
It's all about angles, baby. You got to shoot them. Oh, that's a bummer. That tick out sucked. It's my fault. Late on that fill. I wanted to get it here. Dang it.
I'm going to go for this continuation short here.
That's cool. That's a good idea.
25. Oh, I just looked over it. Yes. Wow. I may not stay in this trade long.
ES needs back above its overnight low, and then we could be in a better
It
place.
just
Here.
tagged its prior week high and it's bouncing right off of that.
Yep.
I missed that.
Magic box there too. On both.
Don't tell
chat.
people about the magic box. This is like your car. Your car, the car windshield. I respected your wishes. Let's not do the magic box thing. Okay.
All right. No magic box.
Some things I get to keep to myself and you.
Yeah, I think I like that too, Ben. I mean, that was good support from before. It retested those two highs from yesterday. But it's not getting, yeah, we need a second. What time is it? 10 minutes.
I should have looked over when I got this short. Come out of one.
And we're fighting this. I mean, we need to get through this too now.
I'm just going to get out of the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, that's the awareness thing. Is just knowing what that other market's doing. You know,
Yeah.
yes, bouncing right off a technical level.
Whoa.
There we go. Just gives me pause, you know, when the other market is bouncing off like a very technical level and just looking for that continuation short.
What happened there at the low? 635. It was a big sweep and then it got bought again. It's the gamma. Is the gamma sweeping this right now? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
It's quite rude. So we got these. All right. So we swept those 216 lows from yesterday. And we're just holding that 220. Yeah. I mean, we're doing the thing now where I have to stop. We rejected the -1 twice, and like we're an hour into the day now, so I start to look at this for trend, and like we've got a down slope, so I need to be a little more selective about these longs.
I want to see what we do up here in the upper 230s again. I've got to short it to my pay line.
I know. I
My
might
Stowe
short
line.
it. I might short it to your pay line to make this money up. If I can make this a free $500, I should be hedging this. I should have figured out how to delta hedge this. keep losing my. There we go. All right, what's the chat doing?
Yes, back at that low.
Hey, Leo, cheers from Columbia. Well, cheers from Pittsburgh. Thanks for watching, buddy. Yeah, fly it here. I like 170s too. That's a good spot. It's also, right where I'll lose this money. So
This is a fantastic bet. Just need another 30-point drop.
Texas raised as why so biased long. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, look at any chart. I love being long, but like we're making new all-time highs. It's a good idea to be long.
I think the other thing though, Stowe, is like you perform better when on the long side. Like there's nothing wrong with playing to your strengths.
There's my 200 run. This is what I wanted yesterday. They're still stepping on it though.
Lower we go. How low can you go? How low can you go? Come on, market.
I don't need to. I guess you might not need to wait till the end of the day.
I don't even need to trade now. I just take my money back.
Oh my gosh. All right, 175. Maybe 179. All right.
Nothing but selling since the that little retest of those 230s.
Yeah.
That I bumbled the entry on that and then took myself out too early.
It's hard, man. It's hard to. I mean, I had a bad entry right here that would have paid. I got stopped out to the tick. It's hard to market in. It's hard to talk about this and market in at the same time.
Definitely.
Oh my. I made a phone call.
Who'd you call?
Gamma. They're bailing me out right now as we speak. I asked for a V-shaped recovery, by the way, so this should go take out the overnight high.
This is just a little bounce.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what ES does here.
Yeah, yes, it's back testing that prior week high now from below.
Yeah.
Try to short it NNQ.
560. Yeah, it's pulling back to these. It's actually pretty mechanical.
Yeah.
These pull downs. It just came up and retested these lows. So yeah, I like to see that when I'm trying to monitor trend. Ooh. Nice short if you got in there, Leo.
Yeah, man.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay. We have the turn in 20 seconds. Ooh, it's so heavy. My goodness. Just tip it over.
Came out of 1 for 1 over 12 points. Pull my stop down.
There's the turn.
Trading the
Pretty big single.
directional momentum is on the short side. Is you have to be a little more tactical.
As it, tends to squeeze back in your face.
Right.
Yes. Quite rudely, often.
See, what are the IB break stats?
I don't remember.
Check the stats channel. Oh, 100%. Last 20 days, 100% of the IBs have been broken.
Wow. Hmm. This 190 is being a pain. Yeah, we're getting back into this node. It's gonna get busy. $632. They're still stacking the offer on ES2. Ah. Am I saved?
Are you long?
No.
Oh, you're single prints.
Yeah. I'm trying to. No, now we're watching this spot at 211 again. This is ES back at its previous week high. Absorption. Yeah. This was kind of a logical place to bid from. I hate to say that. It's 200, 196. Nah, I would still want to see 180s. So maybe this is just a relief. How's ES doing over here? It's kind of reclaimed it.
It's just hanging there.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're waiting for.
I don't know
Keep
either.
selling for me.
It's got this dumb node here at 202. Mm. $10.35. So much absorption. But I mean, there's two-way down here too.
They got me on the last piece there.
Yeah.
Bigger picture. I mean, it's not big picture, but we're starting to develop a bit of a volume area between the low here and 230.
Yeah.
So I think if we continue to do that, I'd short the top of this range. Just like the idea being trading with this intraday move. Not that you shouldn't buy it. I mean, I do like some of those dip buys have been, they're going to work out.
I don't know. It's being sus. I mean, they're definitely stacking the bid now a little more aggressively. 186 is all we get?
That would be very disappointing.
I know.
Even Stowe won't like it.
Yeah, I was at least waiting for 180. You got to be prepared to, get in where you get in, but that just seems a little odd. Not satisfactory. There you go. There you go.
This is going to 21,315.
This is a powerful little node right here. This guy. I'm impressed. There you go. There you go. They just needed to stop out that little short.
Me.
I was short too. I was trying to look for that continuation.
Oh, you were short? I thought you were long.
No, I was trying to scalp that short, but I'm just taking these 5 pointers. Yep, IB is set. Jay's right. Sales are usually faster than this, but that's not true. What was the day? Wednesday or Tuesday? That was a grindy sell day, right?
The grinds, I don't know.
Elon asks, how do you color between the standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2? You just pick a fill color for that in the indicator setting. I think it defaults to fill. I think it defaults to be the opposite. So you have to make the distance between -1 and +1 transparent, and then fill. Just pick a fill color for the other.
I jump back in at 07. Yes. Looks like it's going to make a new low.
Yes, it does. I mean, there's like air down there too. So. Boy, this is slow. Some grindy stuff. I mean, let me see. I'm trying to go back into yesterday and see this. So, yeah, these 217s were now firmly below that. 96. Yeah. I mean, we got block, move down, block, move down, block. Nothing. Ooh, ES did make a new low there, Leo.
Yep.
Okay. Man Bear Bull, number one, sick name. Is it looking bullish to us? I don't know. It depends on your time frame. Intraday, not at all. So far this day it's walking itself down. VWAP slope is Slope City. Pretty much a 45-degree angle. Same on ES.
Interesting that ES is just hanging out at the bottom, like right off the lows.
Yeah.
And Q's a little stronger.
Yeah, Young Bleezy, I feel you on that too. We're below the overnight low. I mean, it was a pretty small range. The smaller that overnight range is, the less I try to give it credence. But we're below both of those things. On ES and NQ. I don't think they're diverging much also. I think they're playing pretty nice today. But I mean, the world's smallest node is trying so hard here at 201. So I don't know. I don't know how much more sellers can sell into this without getting rewarded. And the thing about sellers is that they tend to give up quickly in my face. So I'm also watching for that. That's a nice little ledge here. I ticked back off of. Okay, now they're diverging.
This is the very annoying trade.
Yep. Kind of decision time right here at this 220 on NQ for me.
Thing that sucks about where I'm at currently is if I do get stopped out, I'd very likely want to re-enter at these 225s anyway.
Big offer, but did they turn on the turbo bid, Leo?
Very well could be. And ES is still at just 3 points off the lows. Give me a little bit higher, and I'm gonna take a stab at another short for continuation. It sure did turn on the turbo bed though.
Ah, gross. Yes, they did.
Let's see what we do up here though. I mean, there's kind of 2 volume nodes here. This one more establishes this lower range. I'm gonna jump back in.
Let's see. VIX has not given any clues yet. Does it ever?
I'm gonna take one off here. The you know, major point of control at this point. I'll just move this stop lower. I think I could actually go break even on this stop. These trades, these continuation type trades, you don't really want to see them come back. Because if they do, they're just likely to, make like this is likely to make a new high intraday. Do we lose Stowe? Stowe's gone. Stowe, you're back. I didn't even know you were gone. Well, I shorted 25 and shorted the 25 and covered one here at the point of control, and
Nice.
I'm just
Good
holding
short.
a runner for single prints.
I tried to get in there too early, and so I got ticked out right at 28. Okay, cool. Chart's working again.
The white van got Stowe. The cat finally unplugged him.
I think, yeah. I don't know what that is that makes that happen sometimes.
Stowe got liquidated.
That's what happened. I rage quit.
Yeah. Has anybody ever rage quit the stream? That would be funny.
I don't think so.
That'd be the talk of the town. XYZ did cry.
That's because you spent so long trying not to cry in the casino. That was weird. All my stuff was still working. It just, yeah.
So
stream guy didn't get happy.
Yeah, this is building a pretty decent sized node below last week's low.
I lost my chat.
So they're still showing interest as they as we push lower, which is good.
Yeah,
good for the sell side.
It's good for your 500 clams.
It's good for my 500 clams. It's good for my trade.
All right, pop the chat back out. There we go. Okay. All right, we're back.
We're so back.
We're so back. Yeah, put the point of control down here. Secondary distribution.
This is becoming a very large volume node.
Yeah.
At 210. Is there anything, any reference on the higher time frame? Not really.
Oh, you want the prior week high on NQ? That's, I mean, 112? I think, I don't know, man. I think we might have had our shots along that yesterday. I don't know if that's coming back.
I would
absolutely take that. I would love that. I feel like that might be. Dr. Steve Brule rage quit doing dishes last night. Sometimes it'd be like that. Stowe said F this. No, I didn't. And no, Arthur didn't unplug me. I don't even know where that cat is. Like I said, this is kind of his this is kind of his mayhem hour. So he's probably somewhere picking on his brother. ES is trying so hard to get out of this. But
just a matter of time. Just a matter of time.
Whoops. I don't know, man. None of this looks like. $123 range so far.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Dang, that is lackluster performance.
I know. So it's got a little. It's definitely got more meat on it if it wants.
It's got room to go. There's an IB stat that's open. Unlikely for that to go to the upside. That would mean taking out new highs on the day.
Yeah, maybe this 9,200 range is just a lot to work through. It was a pretty busy place yesterday.
I mean, look at what we did yesterday.
Yeah.
We went straight through it. It's hard to imagine that we want to just hang out here now. But markets do what markets do.
I know. Like this is the good this is the good retest right here. Market's on the other side of your singles.
Yeah. The profiles on the right, they're volume profiles. It just shows you the volume at the price. And then this other one is a delta profile. So it's essentially volume, but ask minus bid volume.
That's a good point, Mark. IB load did get taken in ES, but ES is behaving a little more It's a little cleaner on this sell. They're both not bad though.
Might take that 10 a.m. flip. New period.
Yeah.
To get us to go. Is this Gamma's fault? These 210s?
Oh, probably. I didn't think about that.
Hey, Jim.
Hey guys.
Jim,
Hey, Jim.
could you be the referee here?
Sure.
In the morning, Stowe bet me if we got to 2174s, the close out yesterday's single prints, that he would pay me the $500 that I paid him 2 weeks ago for my dumb bet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then he later, mid segment, said that, oh, that has to happen before our show is over.
Well, I mean, of course. That's the bet. It's for the show.
Oh man.
Jim. All right, Jim's got final ruling. You pick, Jim. You decide. Should it be end of day or should it be end of show?
Well, all right. So
like
what
Jim's
it
in a tough
should be
spot.
and what it is two different things. Because
Is this how you get to talk out of both sides of your mouth?
I didn't hear end of show as part of the bet,
I didn't either.
True.
but it makes sense that would be it. But that wasn't, that was not clarified. So I'm gonna have to rule on behalf of Leo here.
All right.
He's
Judge Joe Brown meme.
Jim has judged.
Jim has spoken.
Yep.
Sorry. Well, hang on though. Let me see how many likes we got. I might not rule. Hang on.
Get us some more likes, chat. More likes for Leo. Come on.
All right, chat. Thumbs up if you want end of the show for the bet, or thumbs down and remove all the likes if you want end of the show or end of the day for the bet.
Oh my god. I do like the trade you got going on right now, Leo, though. I like this.
Yeah, it's nice because I've already got to take some partials.
Yeah, it's a good spot, dude.
What's the next target for you? Do you have it?
Just new lows. Yeah, probably those 2174s.
Yeah, it's gonna smack that IB at some point.
Let's just check a look at some gamma levels. It's Gamma Friday.
Tell me, Jim.
I'm pulling it up.
Oh my goodness, they're saying end of show.
Of course they are.
Well, we're just gonna make the show longer.
See, end of show. You want to just sit here forever?
It's Friday.
All right, there you go. NinjaTrader says do a poll.
Do a poll.
All right.
Oh my god.
We'll see if I come back.
23,200 is the level, gamma level.
23,200. Yeah.
And then 23,150.
Okay, 150. All right.
That makes more sense. Yeah, Jim's right. I didn't stipulate. It's got to be. I mean, it's got to be said at the time of the bet. I was, I'd only had half a coffee. I was not running at full steam.
Bet's a bet.
Bet's a bet. Sometimes if you make a bad trade, you got to live with it. Sometimes if you forget to drop the rules of the bet. Oh, yes.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
We got
By
1
the way,
minute.
is there any compensation for the judge?
Yes, I will. Yes, I'll give you a split.
I knew it. I knew the judge was on the take. I knew it.
Leo is the winner.
Yeah, exhaustive right there too.
End of day. Man, this is a battle. End of day. End of day.
Oh crap, I voted for the wrong one.
We got about 20,
what are the rules? So if somebody says rules should have been set prior, what does that mean?
It's my bad. If I wanted it to be end of show, I should have stipulated. I think actually you might get it in the next few minutes anyways. Yeah, he is really pushing.
So mission control, let's go one more minute before we if we can, before we get Shy on. Or Shy can come on, but before we start the next segment. Just to see
Yes, yes. It looks like it wants to make new lows. Hopefully it pulls NQ through that IB.
It's got to do
We're
it.
getting around this volume node here. So like if we can break these 202s, we'll slip through there. Got the turn now.
What's up with this volume node? What's up with this little guy here?
I know. It's crazy. Oh, there's some big bids at 72.
Nice.
Somebody's on the book.
Oh, baby. Yep, I see 75. Yep.
Come on, fill him.
Yeah.
ES is really stretching too. Whoop.
I'm yelling timber right now.
Oh,
Timber.
oh, baby. Oh.
By the way, the daily pivot's also the initial balance low.
Oh, that's good to know.
They're not going to do this to me, right? Double bottom. Don't do it.
They pulled those bids in the 70s.
Yep. They
Got
sure
much
did.
smaller.
They sure did.
Did we find a bottom? It's been an hour trying to get below the pivot there. This is a little frustrating.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been feeling the frustration all morning, Jim.
It's hard to be short, man. That's what you're always telling me, Leo. That's why you're like, yeah, don't feel bad blowing that short, dude. It's not easy business. I mean, ES made a really convincing new low. That was super puke.
Yeah, we got ES has 63.25 as a Jack's level.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, I'm coming out of this trade.
All right. Good job, fellas.
All right.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
No, thank you. Hopefully you get some big plans for the weekend.
I've got family in town, so we're just gonna hang out.
Sweet.
Just we've got we're doing some brisket, and some other things. So
nice.
All right.
I'm getting ready we're going on vacation next week, so that's gonna be fun.
Oh, where are you going?
We're going to Ocean City.
Right on.
Yeah.
So you're out next week? Completely?
No. I'm gonna stream from the road, baby.
You're streaming from the road.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm excited. It should be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna do Monday from home, and then we're gonna leave as soon as my Monday morning show is done.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like a family resort. I don't know. My wife found it. It's super awesome. It's got like a pretty crazy indoor pool, and then there's like a splash mountain right there. The boardwalk's right there. You know, have some oldie timey summer fun. You know.
Yeah.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Well, it's great seeing you on a Friday. Appreciate you as usual. Hopefully you guys enjoy the weekend, and we will be with you real soon, man, next week.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jim.
Have a good weekend.
All right. Good game, Leo. I'll be sweating this with you for the rest of the day.
All right, folks. We're ready for our weekly wrap up with senior economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, how are you?
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Pretty good. Sorry for that little delayed start, but the boys had a trade on and it was happening.
I know, I was watching. That was intense.
I know. I didn't have any skin in the game, and I was like stressed. Oh man! All right, well, let's start with is there any news updates since the last we chatted? Any unplanned drama?
Since this morning? No, not really. You know, there was just more of Waller was speaking at an event, so there was just more talk from him where he really wants a July cut, and he's going to descent. So he told us ahead of time. So we'll have at least one dissent for the July meeting.
Well, so that begs the question, though. So dissents going forward might be a little bit more important to see kind of how many, because pretty much it's been more or less unanimous for a while, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you'll see if they start stacking up.
Ganging up on Chair Powell.
Right?
Oh man. All right. Well, we have a couple asset classes that we're going to talk about this morning that have just been crazy off the hook. I'm going to just shoot over to platinum first. I want to do the metals first if we can, Tracy. Let me find it on my
Perfect.
my market analyzer if I can. We're in October. Here we go.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we look at the daily, we made a new high at that psychological 1500 level. So I'm not surprised we saw some profit taking at that level. What is interesting, that is the high was 1504, 1502 was the 127.2 fib from the old high to the latest low. So it is rather extended. Again, I'm not surprised to see some profit taking here at this point, but we did hit that $1,500 level. Again, this market is all about the fundamentals. We still have supply deficits of over 1 million ounces. This year this is the third year going into supply deficits. We're expected to see more supply deficits next year. We've had, demand surging not only from the automotive sector, but also from China, particularly with jewelry, coins, and bars, because we have seen gold prices so high. We are seeing more of a bid in some of these other precious metal markets. Palladium, it's not so much really considered a precious metal. We're not really seeing physical demand there, but we are seeing physical demand for platinum and silver. And so, and we have a weaker dollar overall. Well, it is down today, but just generally speaking, we've had a weaker dollar, and that has also helped precious metals on the rise. And so I still like this as long, you know me, I love making a new high and pulling back a little bit and step it up instead of, straight rocket ship. So.
Yeah, no, well, that's how the markets move, right? So I'm just kind of pulling up this daily candle chart. Now I'm looking at the October contract. We've traded about almost 25,000 contracts so far today, and for this market, I think that's reasonable. It's a tradable market, folks. Also, so keep that in mind. It's it's not on everyone's radar screen. It's not for everybody, but it is a really nice, transparent futures market. And I just want to kind of figure out the percent high to low really quickly here. Apologize for not having this queued up ahead of time, but the lows down here, this was not too long ago. It seems like a long time. You see all of these candles in a row. This is June 2nd. That's not too long ago. And low to high, this is when the rally started. Low to high, we're at up 44.72% in platinum. And that's a pretty hefty price tag. And everyone talks about, do we have inflation or not? Well, a lot of these metals that we use are experiencing some price increases, right?
A little bit.
So a little bit. If your little bit's 44%, I want to see your lot of bit. Anyway.
So a lot of bit.
I mean, this is just walking up the 8 EMA really nicely here. Early June, we saw some price separation between the 8 EMA, but it kind of came back down and just pretty much marched crawled right up it, nicely upward sloping. Stochastics are, here's the interesting thing about the stochastics, and a lot of times, the overbought, oversold idea in stochastics, it's not that big of a deal. But right now we have a crossover. In other words, that stochastics line is crossing over, and it's doing it in the middle of between the 80 and 20, right? Not above the 80, not below the 20. So that's a pretty good sign, a bullish sign for me. I know we kind of stopped at that 1500 psychological level, but I think there's some, I agree with Shai, there's some potential on the upside. And not only that, there's some really key gamma levels here also to consider as well. We hit that call resistance level, pretty much stalled there. And that's, again, there's that 1500 level. We didn't get to that 1-day max calculation by Mentor Q, which is, I don't know the secret sauce behind it, but I have it on my chart. And it's a percent change high to low based on their formulas. And it's a pretty good one. We didn't get there, and we didn't get to the R1 either, but we did kind of sell off a little bit. And we broke below that VWAP during the initial balance in the US. And we just keep going past Jax 2, past Jax 4, and then Jax 1, I guess, would be the next target. I'm not guessing. This would be the next target in my mind. And that's at 1450 on platinum. So it doesn't look like the day's over for platinum. It's still selling off. This is a big candle. Now, this is a 15-minute chart. I kind of switched to 15 today. So I'm going to keep my eye on this for the rest of the day. Let's stay on metal, Shai, and talk about silver.
Silver price, silver's a little more squirrely in action, but still very tradable. Overall, we've talked about the fundamentals behind this market. We have silver deficits as well. We have increased demand from retail, again, because the price of gold is been so high. We definitely tend to see more retail buying in some of these other metals. We have strong industrial demand. Silver is also an industrial metal, but we are seeing consumer demand as well. We've got substantial institutional investors pouring money into exchange-traded funds, ETFs. And so, when it's also considered a safe haven. We've got geopolitical risk. And so what I found really interesting about this market is, when we made that high on the 14th, we have barely pulled back, and it's crawling its way back up again. And I expected actually a larger pullback than we got, but that speaks to the strength of this market right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had these two big green candles here, and this was a breakout, right? So I kind of put an area of resistance up here that really started back at the beginning of June again, and I just drew that rectangle all the way across. It just kind of gives me a visual idea of where resistance is. It's not, resistance in my mind isn't an exact number. It's a range. And I thought that kind of spelled it out nice. We broke through it, right? We had a probe wick above it, and we settled right at the top of that level on the 10th. And then the next day, forget about it. We just blasted off. Giant mega green candle right there. The only reason I have these highlighted is I was with Dan Gramson, and we were trying to visualize merging these two together and what it means with respect to midpoints and stuff like that. But we did have just a casual retracement back down, respecting that 8 EMA again. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I had a couple attempts to sell through it, no go. Pushed us back up 38.57. And there's a lot of folks saying, hey, we're going to see 40 in this market. I don't know if we will or not, but I'm also bullish in this market as well. And we do have a cross forming on the stochastics, on the daily stochastics. They're touching. They're tangled right now, and maybe they're going to have a crossover. We will see what the next couple sessions bring us. Intraday, we had some pretty good price action as well. Ever since, kind of pre-London Open, we kind of lost that session VWAP in the rearview mirror, establishing a point of control for the session at 38.65. I'm not sure it's the last time we've seen that. We're going to see that today. But we are trading below VWAP right now for the first time in a while, and we keep bouncing off that Jax 1 level. Not quite bouncing off it, but we're getting close to it, and that's 38.50. Right now. The top of the conversation is kind of framed by the London initial balance and really that Jax 3 level, and that's at 38.75. If we do have a runaway breakout to the downside, we do have some 0 DTE gamma walls and call resistance levels down here at 38.30. So there's some targets here today too. I'm not sure we're done yet with the silver market. Shai, I know we talked about this yesterday, but let's shoot over to heating oil again because it's just ripping higher again.
it's ripping higher again. We talked about yesterday. Well, we have some new news today too, but we talked about, we've had geopolitical risk. We had tightness in the market, not only in the U.S., where we're 26% below the 5-year average for this time of year. We haven't been this low since 1997. We also have a very tight market in Europe. And now, and this is during summertime where we tend to see increased demand for diesel due to increased transportation, construction, agricultural activity. And so this is very key. And the new piece of this puzzle is this morning, we had the EU place its 18th sanctions package on Russia, and this time it included not only Russian oil, but also refined products, particularly a refinery in India that Russia owns half of, which kind of has ensured Russian oil flows through, gets bought by India. India then turns it into diesel and sells it to Europe. And so they've sanctioned that particular refinery, so which is going to make tighter supplies again for Europe. So we have seen quite the bid today in heating oil / USLD.
Yeah, let me ask you. So this is, I think this particular market that we're looking at, this is, I think, the New York ultra low sulfur diesel contract. And
Right.
based on what you just
heating oil.
yeah, I know. I know. Does anyone use heating oil anymore to heat their homes?
Actually, they do in the Northeast, they still do.
Oh, okay. Well, in any event, my question is, how interconnected is this market with the international markets you just described?
Very connected. I mean, we import and export a lot of diesel. Generally, Europe is actually one of our largest customers for diesel. So this is going to impact global diesel markets.
Got it. All right. Well, on a daily candle, we're back in the consolidation range. I might have been a little bit premature when I say it was ripping, but I was thinking about yesterday. And so we're kind of, I have this long-term area of support and resistance. I dragged it all the way across my chart from yesteryear. The top of that rectangle is about spot 33. The top side of the rectangle, the resistance part of it, is at spot 46. I thought we were going to launch. It's breaking as we speak, actually, by the way. I'll get to the intraday chart in a second. But I thought we were going to launch above. We did kind of have a probe up here. News came out, evidently, and just pushed us back into that consolidation range, challenging that ADMA. So we'll see if that ADMA holds or not. That's on my radar screen right now. And intraday, let me show. Well, I'm going to show you this. We don't have Menthor Q data here. That's why you see these red rectangles. Ignore that. Ignore the man behind the curtain. So kind of, everything was going well, even during the initial balance in the U.S. Everybody was happy. Boom. Pretty big red candle, 2 red candles in a row. These are benchmark candles. I'm looking at a 15-minute. If we would put it together in a 30, it would look even worse. And look at that. We're still just moving down. Pivot is the next stop down. Targets down if you're trading this. And then below that, we have S1. S1 is approximately 2.4126. And if things get really ugly, previous sessions lows are down here, 2.3839. Not hitting the buy button on this one, Shy. In other news, I think the House passed it's crypto week, right? And I think the House passed 3 different acts today.
No, they passed the acts, and they're at 2:30. Trump will have a big signing. So beware of that. And if you're trading during that time, we don't know exactly what else he might say. So just be aware he will be speaking at 2:30, signing this bill.
So kind of, there's a couple things here, and I'm just starting to catch up here on what each one of them means. There's the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and then the Anti-CBDC Act. Could you kind of just give us a brief outline on this?
Yeah, so the Genius Act is about stable coins, and making rules about stable coins, so that everybody kind of understands what they are. But it's, again, kind of a nod. Okay, we're going to acknowledge stable coins. Trump thinks it's going to be great for the dollar. And so crypto markets are very excited about that. The Clarity Act is more a regulatory act that just, I'm not going to get into the weeds of it because it's kind of boring, but it's more of a regulatory act than the Genius Act. It's kind of spells stuff out. And then the Anti-CBDC Act, which hasn't been passed yet, is just what it sounds like. They want to stop the Federal Reserve from ever being able to issue a central bank digital currency.
Okay, so I got questions. For the first one, just for clarification for people who don't know, stablecoin are crypto tokens or cryptocurrency that are pegged to a fiat currency like the U.S. dollar, and they move pegged to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so as opposed to just free float and go wherever they want.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like Tether, though there's some issues with Tether, you ask, but it's connected to, it's supposed to be, well, at least it's supposed to be backed up by the US dollar. So the stable coins are backed up physically by something you can't just create them out of thin air, in other words.
Got it. Okay. All right. And
whereas
then,
other tokens you can just create out of the thin air.
yeah. Which is kind of how this whole thing started, right?
I'm not going there. Okay.
Okay. All right. My bad. All right. Anti-CBDC Act. So they're basically saying, if I understand this right, Capitol Hill saying, hey, Federal Reserve, you are not getting involved in this business of digital currencies.
Correct. Which
Wow.
I'm 100% for.
Well, okay, so that kind of, but that doesn't that, if it passes, that kind of sends a message to the folks that are like, all right, we should forget about all this, inflating dollars and all this stuff. We need to migrate to a digital currency. That kind of is like a firewall between these two camps.
So exactly, which is absolutely fine, because really, I've read a lot of papers on these. The BIS has a bunch of papers out, and basically, they want to create a digital currency so they could just print forever, right? And they can let inflation run hot because they control the currency. That said, if the federal government does control the currency, I know everybody thinks that, well, we already have digital transactions. You have credit card, everything's digital. Right, I get that, but it's, it's actually, they're still actual dollars, and it's not the Federal Reserve controlling your account, which is what they could do, what they would do as a CBDC. So.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Well, let's take a look at a couple of these right now. I think I have micro ether queued up on the screen.
Yeah. So ether, we're up over 3% again today, 3.7%. Again, we've had crypto's excited in general about Crypto Week, and that, we thought earlier in the beginning of the week the Genius Act wasn't going to get passed. Ended up that they did. We have the signing today. Everybody's all excited. We also have record inflows into the Ether ETFs, which are relatively new compared to the Bitcoin ETFs. We've got, positive institutional sentiment. We've got BlackRock. They're filed to add staking features to their Ethereum ETFs. And don't ask me what staking is yet, because I don't quite understand it all. I've tried to muddle through it, but we also have corporate accumulation. A lot of major companies and investment firms are aggressively buying and holding substantial amounts of Ether, not the ETFs, but actual Ether. And since, Bitcoin has been relatively outperforming it for quite a while now, so it's kind of playing catch up to that, kind of just like the metals, right? It's a little bit cheaper. I know that they serve two entirely different purposes, but the investment community sees this as an investment as well as something like Bitcoin. It's run, so this is kind of playing catch up to that.
Okay, so yeah, so that, I mean, this is a great chart. I mean, this is literally the micro ether. We've traded, this really blows my mind. 178,000 contracts so far today. That's some volume. There's some liquidity there. There's a lot of participants there. Yeah, maybe some traders are doing more than just a one lot. I get that, but it's still a pretty good performance for this. And so I was kind of pumped up, especially looking at comparing it with the micro Bitcoin, which is done 54,000, which is still good. But, we're talking, 2-to-1, over 2-to-1 ratio there. So that was kind of good. Yeah, yeah. And so this is like a parabolic run up. I think, Tracy, you described that yesterday, and it's not stopping. We have some really nice, steeply sloping moving averages, 821 and 50. Off the lows, and I'm marking the low here on June 23rd. We are up, and again, this is a rough kind of moving target here as the market moves around, but 64%. So that's that's quite an appreciation. So this is looking pretty good. We have a little bit of a seller's wick today. Sellers kind of pushed us back down a little bit. We didn't quite get to that 3,700 level. We got close, but it's still a green day. It's still a really strong positive day. Stochastics have been overbought for a long time, and they could stay overbought for a long time. So I'm not going to read anything into those tea leaves. Intraday, again, ignore the Menthor Q data here. There's no options data to work on here, but similar picture that we just saw. We have this session VWAP here, kind of going sideways here. We finally are starting to lose it in the rearview mirror a little bit. Next target down would be R1 for me at 35.11, or previous session's highs, which is 34.93. Looks like we're driving there. If things really get out of hand, if we go below the low of the morning, or I should say last evening, we do have a pivot in play as well, and that's at 34.17. Any turnaround is going to be hard to break above this triple top here. We saw this triple top happen in the London initial balance high and the U.S. initial balance high. And as Pax pointed out this morning, a lot of times when you have the high of the day being the initial balance high, I think he said opening range, but I'm going to extend it to initial balance. It's most likely a down day, and this is what's happening right now. Now, the new kid on the block, Tracy, we got to talk about the new kid on the block. We got to talk about the Ripple.
The Ripple XRP, yes. So this is new, relatively new at CME. There is the big contract and the mini contract. This is having a banner week due to the Crypto Week, right? The Genius and Clarity Act. We also have seen some really large corporate purchases, such as those by Vivo Power and Weebus, that together have allocated over $420 million to XRP in 2025 alone. And we've also seen some, during just this last run up, this latest bull market, there's been over 202 billion XRP accumulated in whale wallets, which is over $7 billion. And just this latest rally, which is incredible. We do also have positive momentum from the XRP ETF that just started trading today, which is the ProShares Ultra XRP ETF. And that has obviously attracted a lot of institutional capital. This is, it's a technical breakout, and so it's breaking out.
It is. Did you use the word whale wallet?
They're called whale wallets. Yes. So the big guys, they're called whale wallets.
Oh my God, that means I have a baby wallet. So the Ultra, it's a 2 times leveraged Ultra ETF that was launched today, and if my understanding is correct, it's based actually on the futures and on swaps as opposed to physical coin, right?
Correct. Correct. And that's why it's kind of, important for this market, since we're all trading futures. It is a futures-based contract.
Got it. Well, I'm starting to dig them. I have them on I created my own category, Tracy, on my market analyzer called crypto now. I used to have them in the currencies, but now I've got 4 of the micros that I'm monitoring every day.
All right. I like it.
All right. Well, this is our weekly wrap up. Shai, thank you. Appreciate you. Hopefully, you're going to have a great weekend.
I just want to mention really quick before we go, we have some great guests next week. We have David Cervantes, Jack Abraham, and Jem Karzan, which everybody loves. We're going to have him for the entire morning, and that will be on Wednesday. And then we also have Stephanie Pomboy next week. So great guest lineup next week, and I think everybody will be very excited to hear from Jem, since he has been requested a lot.
Yeah, no, that's going to be awesome. We've been having, these are great special guests. I can't wait for next week for sure. And also, I wanted to, you heard this, right? There's a meet and greet in Chicago. I think it's August 5th. Mission Control, if you can cut and paste it into, there we go. And it's an open kind of meet and greet. So if you guys want to meet Deli, Pax,
And
rumor
Pax,
has it. Yeah, who else?
rumor has it Stowe may be going. He's thinking about it. So maybe Kane. So check it out if you are in Chicago.
Yeah, but at a very minimum, Dolly's going to be there with Pax, and these guys are great guys. If you want to meet them, it's like a $5 ticket. It's less than a tick in the E-mini S&P, and they'll talk to you. They'll hang out with you. They're going to be there for a couple hours. They're very approachable in person. They're sweethearts. They're really great guys. So if you're in Chicago or in that area, highly recommend it. There's a link in the chat for you guys to hit. All right. Thanks again, Tracy. You have a great week. Do you have any plans, any special plans? You're just chilling?
You too. I think I'm just going to chill this weekend, Maybe go to the pool. I don't know.
Yeah, ditto that. All right. Well, you have a great weekend. Look forward to talking to you next week. We're not done, folks.
Definitely.
We have a kind of a special guest that's popping in here with us. One of my favorite guys of all time, long-term futures aficionado, Mr. Michael Burke. Mike, how are you?
Well, good afternoon. Thanks, Jim. Well, it's still morning, isn't it? Yes, but yeah, good to see you. That was a nice introduction. Likewise, there's nobody better at this than you are.
No, that's not true. But you look fabulous. And, we used to talk a lot on these streams, and we don't get to talk very often. So I was like, all right, we get to end the week strong with Mike. So thanks for being with us.
I think I was the last choice of the last choice of the last choice, but that's fine.
No, that's not true. We had a whole line of people that were in line to be here today, and I'm like, no, we're getting Mike in here. So you've been focusing on, among other things, I know you're doing a lot of stuff. You've been focusing on, and I'll use the word plugins or add-ons or tools for the NinjaTrader desktop platform. And I saw a few of the recent ones, and I know you're making some new ones for some of our regular contributors. And I'm like, let's see if we can get Mike to talk about what he's got cooking so far.
So it's been fun. I've got a couple of projects going. I'm working on this massive trader development video project. So a lot of almost everybody who's on the live stream has recorded some videos about what it takes to be a futures trader, and that's going to be hitting the website and YouTube in the next few weeks here. So that's an exciting project. So all of our favorite people on the live stream are creating some really cool videos on all kinds of great topics, including yourself, who recorded like 40 of the platform videos that we're going to be releasing. So those are awesome as well. But yes, one of the other things I'm doing is working with our live stream hosts and developers and coming up with some cool stuff that we can show on the live stream. I think you've all kind of seen the position tracker already, which some of the hosts are using. I'll show you that here in a second. We just released a new version with some features that are pretty cool, so I'll show that here in a second. But yeah, You know, I've been with Ninja now almost 3 years, and I'm finally getting my Ninja script skills where they need to be so I can create some cool stuff. So I'll show you what I've been working on. So let's share my screen. I think I'm sharing. Mission control. Thank you very much. So the first thing I want to share with you is something that is a work in progress, but it's almost done. I expect to have it posted in the share forum here in the next, 3 or 4 weeks. I'm on vacation next week, so it won't happen next week. But when I come back, I'll be working to get this posted. And this is called a percent change chart. So not native to Ninja is they don't have a native percent change chart. So I wanted to create something that mimicked that as an indicator. And so what you're seeing here are I'm calling this tab total view. It has 8 different markets, and you can set an anchor point in the properties. In this case, I'm setting the anchor point of January 25. So basically, we can see how these 8 markets have performed relative to each other since January 1st. So each line that you see here is a market. You can see the legend up here, and we can kind of see who is outperforming who since January 1st. And that's the idea here. And so you can see, obviously, gold is up 600 points from the beginning of the year. That's better than anybody else, about 23%. So far, crude oil is kind of flat, down a couple of percent from the beginning of the year. That's the weakest here with the Russell 2000. So basically, we sort the legend with the different percent change plots. What I find fascinating about this, and why I've always loved percent change charts, is you see shifts in momentum between different markets. So here you can see the blue line there that's kind of running even through the middle of the chart. That's the 10-year bonds, the 10-year notes, which you would expect to be kind of, they'd be kind of the one market that has less volatility. And so that blue line running along the middle there, and then you can look for different markets to break through that or pierce through the performance of that particular market. So that's the idea here. We're just looking for changes in momentum across different markets. Now, this is all 8 markets, but you could do this by different complexes. So I have this by just the energy complex. So this is just energy. Heating oil has been the big performer this year. Everybody else is about the same, all down from the beginning of the year a little bit. So it kind of gives you a little bit longer term perspective on these markets. I have metals here. We all know that platinum is the big winner here for this year. And we just had a nice run in copper. We can see that momentum change. So if you're a swing trader or you're just looking for a bias in the market, this is a nice, you're looking for which market to trade in a particular complex, which one is moving, which one isn't moving. I even know traders who use percent change charts to look for spread trades. So I want to trade the big momentum long. I want to trade the weak momentum short. So that's the idea here. Almost ready for prime time. I just need to do a little more testing and optimization. But that's the idea here, Jim.
So Mike, 2 questions. You could anchor this, in other words, start this calculation at any point. So if you wanted to look at the last quarter or the last year, or just a random date where maybe you thought there was news that triggered the metals to move, as an example, you could anchor it and see exactly what the performance was from a specific date.
Exactly. Let me show you that in the properties. If you go to the indicator properties for this indicator, the other thing I did is I didn't want the trader to have to deal with multi-data analysis, Jim. It's sometimes difficult, and if you want to change the symbols, you got to go in and change the chart. It's a hassle. So I made the symbol selection really easy. It's just a text field here, and you can just type in the root symbols you want with a comma, and it automatically goes and gets the data and brings it in. So it makes it super easy to change this or add a symbol. If you wanted to add another symbol here, you could just type a comma. Let's say we wanted to see how these metals performed, against the S&P 500. You could just add ES there, and now that'll bring in ES, and you'll see 5 lines on the chart. To your point, it's the anchor date here.
Okay.
So basically, this has 3 time frames that you can work in: daily, weekly, or 10 minutes. You can actually look at percent change intraday. So if you wanted to see who was performing the best today in a sector, you could do that as well, or this week, or the last 2 days using a 10-minute chart, you could do that. But in this case, we're on daily. And to your point, let's say we wanted to see how everybody was performing since June 1st. I can just select June 1st. I added ES, June 1st, new anchor date. Now we all start at June 1st here. You can see that anchor date, and it calculates all of them. ES is the purple one here, so we can now see how ES is performing against the metals since June 1st.
Wow, that is super slick. I'm gonna probably waste a few man hours playing around with this thing, but it's gonna be worth it.
So this has been fun. This has been a project that I think you know that I love percent change charts, and this gives us the ability to do that.
Okay, and this will be available in some point in the near future for free, or is it?
Sometime in August, it'll be free. So everything that we provide here on NinjaTrader Live is free. The code is open, so not only can you use my indicator, but you can use it as a template for another indicator if you want to make a copy of it, and or maybe there's pieces of it that you want to use in a different indicator or strategy. Yeah, it's all open code, so you can see exactly what's happening here.
Got it. All right, sounds cool. What else we got cooking?
So I sent you the market info indicator. You should have the link to that on the share. This is live. I'm going to right click, and let me just do a little bit of prep here. All of the stuff that comes from NinjaTrader Live, you're going to find in a folder at the top here that says NinjaTrader Live when you go to Insert Indicators.
Oh, that's a good point, because I was a little confused when I was looking for that, but I got it.
So yeah, so I created this folder for all of our indicators, so they're just kind of grouped together, so you don't have to hunt for them. So this next indicator I'm going to show you is called market info. And one of the things that that I'm used to, and probably a lot of you are used to as well, is that you usually have a little line at the top left of a chart that has things like the net change or the high and low of today or the volume of today. It's usually daily statistics for the symbol that you're looking at in the chart, regardless of what the interval is. So you can be looking at a 5-minute chart, but you want to know what the day high and day low is, what the net change for the day is. So we don't offer that in the chart. So I've wanted to create an indicator that just puts a little dialogue up there that has that information. And it's called market info. And I'm going to add that to the chart and click apply. And there you can see it up there at the top. That's market info. As soon as it ticks, it populates. This is ES, so we're down 4 points. You can see that and again, it doesn't take up a lot of resources, Jim. So one of the problems with things like this is that if it's updating every single tick, it can take resources away from your real trading. So to eliminate that, I only update the tools that I provide on a timer, like every 3 seconds. So that's fast enough to give you the information that you need, but it doesn't calculate tick by tick and add unneeded resources to your computer that might slow it down. So everything that I'm showing here is really optimized for processor efficiency. So here, this dialog sits up here. You can see it has the change and net change, open, high, low, the volume for today, the previous close. And Jim had a great suggestion, which I added to this indicator, which is he wanted to see the daily range and the average range and see where we are today so far in the range compared to what the average range is. So there's a field up here called DR, which is the daily range today. That's what's happening right now. Next to that is the average range. I'm calculating it over 34 bars. That's what's in parentheses. But Jim, you can change that with an input to 14. I know you like to look at a 14 ATR, so you can change that here. And then the PR is the percent range, which tells you how much of that average range we've hit so far today. So kind of a quiet day today. It's Friday, where we are at we're at 46% of the average range today. This is ES we're looking at. What might be interesting, Jim, Learning something from Andre from those
Edgefall.
guys over there
Yeah, Edgefall.
at Edgeville. Thank you. One of the things they do is they look at unique days of the week, right? So what
Yeah.
is the average range on Monday might be better than what is the average range over the last 34 bars. So what if we looked at the last 14 Mondays and saw what the range is on those Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays? So that's something I'm thinking I might add to this as an added feature. I think that might be interesting. We could do the same thing with volume. I don't know if you would find that interesting, but what is the average volume? And then how much of that volume have we hit today?
Well, both those ideas are great. I mean, I love that stuff. And the way that you built it, is the user, the trader could choose which fields they want to see, right? Yeah.
Let me show you that. So if you go to properties for the indicator, all the fields that are available are just checkboxes. And you can turn on or off whatever you want. You can change the colors. You can change the font. There's where you can set the length for the ATR. But this also has a special feature, and that is that if you click on it, it brings up what happened there. Oh, if you click on it, it brings up the contract specifications for that symbol. Now, we all know the contract specifications for ES, but what if you're on something that you haven't looked at for a while? Maybe you haven't looked at copper for a while. So for example, if we type in copper here.
Oh, the older I get, Mike, the more necessary this is for me.
So now here we're on copper, and if I click in the market info, I now get the information for copper, the exchange, the contract value. So 25,000 ounces of copper, or is that pounds of copper? That's pounds of copper.
Pounds, yeah.
I should put that in here so you know exactly what that is. The minimum tick size, the dollar value for the tick size for one contract. So every time it moves that amount, that's equal to $12.50. That's good to know when you're looking at risk and you're seeing whether, what kind of trade sizing, notional value. It tells you the front month. It tells you the rollover date, and it tells you what the next contract that will be trading after that front month. Now, I don't know why it's trading in December. It may be that the other contracts just are not that active, and December is the main contract for copper. That's all determined by NinjaTrader, so I'm just pulling that information from NinjaTrader. But then what's interesting about this is the bottom here, which is the bar ATR. Basically what it does, we're on a daily bar here for copper. So it's telling us that the average true range for copper over 34 daily bars is about 15 cents. And that equates to $3,800 based on the size of this contract. So as you're looking at the ATR for a daily chart, it's telling you that the risk of a daily bar on copper is $3,800. And there's a little multiplier here. So if you're used to trading 3 contracts, you can plug that in and you can see, okay, if I'm trading 3 contracts, the risk for a daily bar is $11,000. Let's change this real quick to something intraday, 15 minutes. And there we can see that the 15-minute chart only has about a 1.3 cent ATR, which is worth $325. Still pretty good risk there, even on a 15-minute chart. So it gives you the contract specs, but it also gives you a little bit of risk information just so that you can kind of have that perspective in your brain when you're setting trade size and you're setting stop loss. So that's the idea.
Just seeing that, I'm switching to the micros.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so instead of trading the big one, let's trade the micros here. Exactly. That's kind of what it's meant to do here.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see up here the percent range here on copper is at 76%. So we still have the afternoon left to catch that up.
By the way, Lito asks, is this available now? Yes, this is available now, Lito, and I have the link I just sent in the chat. It's just a little bit above your comment. If you go ahead and click on that, it's safe to click on it. You'll go to the NinjaTrader ecosystem webpage that talks about it and where you could actually download the indicator and import it into your desktop.
Exactly. All right, let's look at something that you guys have probably seen, but I love this tool. I thought it was just going to be built for the live stream, but I realize now that whenever I put on a position, I have this tool up because I really like the display. So this is the position tracker, and this is also available in the share where that market info is. So I'm going to add this to the chart. And when you add it to the chart, before you click OK, you want to specify the symbol, the account that you're going to trade here. So it's going to trade this account. And if you're going to be trading multiple symbols on multiple charts, you want to track all positions. That way, it'll track any open position that you have for that account. And again, this operates on a frequency of 3 seconds, so it doesn't take up a lot of processor time. And there's a lot of different options here of what you can show and set the colors, but let's just show this here. Now this shows up on if I have multiple screens, so this shows up on one of my other screens, Jim, so you got to kind of find it sometimes.
Okay.
But this is the position tracker. I currently have a position I'm short one big NQ and I'm down $720. You can see that there. And right below that, so it's telling me what my position is, long or short, how many contracts, my average entry price, the symbol that I'm trading, my net profit in dollars, and how many points that represents, 35 points here. And then right below that, if you put exit orders onto the chart or in the system, Superdome, wherever, it'll tell you what your profit potential is for your exit order. So if you have a limit order, which is a profit target, which I do, if it hits that, I'll make $1,295. And I have a stop loss in as well. And if that gets hit, I'll lose $1,285. So it tells me what my profit and loss is for the position that I'm trading. So for example, let's just turn on chart trading here. Got a couple more minutes.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about the clock. We got time to talk.
So here, make sure that you're trading in the same account that you set up position tracker, right? Make sure it's the same. So here I'm just going to go long one contract. And it's filled. And there you see it populate with my new position. And it says no active orders. The reason I'm trading with just Jim is because it reminds me that I don't have a stop loss in yet. Right? So if you don't have a stop loss in, it's going to say no active exit orders. So here, once I put in a stop loss, it populates with what that loss would be in dollars. So I'd lose $125 if we hit my stop. I'm going to put in a limit profit target. And that would be a $100 profit. It shows me my ratio. So I can kind of see my risk reward ratio there as well. And so that's the idea.
This is great. And I love it that you showed two different markets, because a lot of us, a lot of folks are trading more than just one market. Some people aren't. Some people focus on one, but this is a real easy way to kind of monitor where you're at on a position that's different than the chart or the desktop that you're looking at.
Correct.
So that is so fabulous. I love that you did that.
So it's I think it's an interesting I think it's a kind of an interesting risk management tool to be able to see what your stop and your profit targets are in real dollars. So I think that can be really useful. And you can have as many positions here open as you want. It only looks at one account at a time. Excuse me. This is a floating window, so it's going to be on top of whatever you're looking at, so it never goes away. And it just makes it really easy.
And you can position it. Yeah, you could position it. Yeah.
If I close this, and I go back to no position, and it reminds me that I still have that position. This would have been a cool tool when we were on the live stream. We were always looking at different charts and trying to figure out whether we got filled or not, or whether we put a stop in. This would have been a cool tool for that. I think it's really great for. I think that's really good for the live stream host to And it's kind of like what I like about it is it's kind of like, watching a football game where you've got the score up there in the upper right corner all the time. So you know exactly what's going on, Even if you go get a beer and you come back, you can look and see if the score has changed at all.
Yeah, no,
So
that is so awesome. I love this tool. Now, this one also is going to be free for folks.
it's free. It's already posted. If I don't know if I have the um let me see
Oh,
if I have that link real quick. Just give
okay,
me
yeah, I'm
10
looking for it
sec. Give me
too.
10 seconds.
Hang on, everybody. We're checking it out. We're gonna figure it out. Man, oh man.
So if you go to the market info, I don't have it handy. Sorry. If you go to the market info link to download that, in the bottom it'll say NT education team. And you can click on that and click on all of our posts. And then you can see everything that we've posted for free. So that'll all be there and you can find it that way. If you can't find it, the fallback for everything is you can always send an email to learn@ninjatrader.com. So I track that email box. If there's anything you ever need, or there's something you need to request something, you have a question, you have a suggestion for us, you can send that to learn@ninjatrader.com and tell us what you think.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is so awesome. The red cursor that you're seeing here, this is just part of Zoom. This has nothing to do with the platform. But I'm not even sharing my screen. It's a Zoom feature. Juan, nothing to read there. So, Mike, I know you're also working on stuff for our friends Pax and Christian.
I am, as a matter of fact. Let's close some of this stuff.
Mission Control, we're going to go a couple of seconds longer, so hang tight. Don't warm up your lunch yet.
All right, so let's first of all, let's do Chris's first.
Okay.
Right? So Chris has been very
This is
generous.
Chris Trading Boxes, Chris.
Chris Trading Boxes, Chris, correct. If you go to in a chart, if you go to drawing tools, there is a risk reward tool up here.
Yep.
You've probably shown this. We've probably shown this a few times. And basically, you draw your entry to your exit, and then it shows you some number of ratio above there. So I think this is a 2-to-1 ratio. We can look at that. So the way that you format drawing objects is you go to drawing objects, and then at the very bottom, it says drawing objects. And there's the risk reward tool. And here you can see the ratios. You can set that ratio to, for example, let's say we wanted a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. Basically, oops, what did I do here? You see how that moved to 1-to-1?
Yep.
And that's basically what that tool does. So what Chris wanted was he wanted to be able to have multiple ratios on the screen at the same time. And so what I did is I created a tool for him, which you can request at learn@ninjatrader.com. This is not on the share forum yet. And so if I go to drawing objects, drawing tools, you can see Chris's tool down here in the custom section, which is called Risk Reward Plus. So if I send it to you, you'll download it, and then it'll show up here under Risk Reward Plus. And it does the same thing. I'm going to just click here and click here. You can see it has the entry and the stop and the first ratio, but this has up to 3 or 4 different ratios. And this has one other feature that our built-in tool doesn't have. And I'm going to go to drawing tools again and format that. So here, the Risk Reward Plus tool has up to 6 different levels. And this also has the ability to show the dollar value of each level, which the other tool does not. So there you can see the level and then what the different dollar values are of each level.
That is super cool.
So it was super easy. It was just a small modification to the existing tool. The great thing about, NinjaScript and NinjaTrader is everything is exposed. So everything that we have in the platform, it's all open code, and you can take it and you can just modify it a little bit and make it your own. And that's kind of what happened here.
So when Mike says super easy, he's speaking for himself, not for me. But
Well,
um,
it's getting, what's funny about that is that it's getting easier and easier for non-programmers to do some simple things in NinjaScript because AI is just incredible.
yeah.
AI, you can take something and give it to AI and say, look, I want you to modify it to do this, and it'll give you the code. And it's getting that AI code is getting better and better and better.
Pax is in the chat agreeing with me. So Mike, is Christian's indicator? How is he going to handle distribution?
So we haven't decided that yet, but if you want it, you can send me an email at learn@ninjatrader.com and I'll just attach it and reply back to you.
Awesome.
So
All
we have
right.
one other thing to show if we have time, Jim, and that
Yep.
is, PAX has, just a great way of looking at the markets. And I'm going to just clean this chart up a little bit real fast here.
He certainly does. I mean, he talks about expenses and profits, and I'm just really struggling whether or not my martini tonight's going to be an expense or a profit.
So this is a 60-minute chart, and the indicator I'm going to show you is a 30-second opening range. So that's what he looks at, and then he has different levels that he looks for the market to hit in order to either take profits. If it moves, he'll get long or short again and take profits again at the next level. So this is a tool that is something that we're working on together. And it's pretty far along here. I think it's ready for prime time at this point. And it's called PAX. Let's see, where is that? Oh, he's in a folder too. I was looking in the regular list.
So
But
Pax is so special. He gets a folder all
it's
to
his own
himself.
folder.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't blame you for that.
And so basically this is the idea. I'm going to click apply and you'll kind of see how this looks. And what happened here? Everything's kind of,
You're in copper, if that matters.
no, it shouldn't, but I'm just gonna change this to ES. And it's calculating. Like I said, this is a work in progress, but this should be working. I did pick the right one, right?
Look like it.
I may need more days here. Let me add a couple more days. 60 minutes. That is correct.
10 days to load.
Indicator.
Now, is this going to show Pax's opening range also?
This is the opening range indicator.
Okay.
And there's something wrong with my data here. Let's do this a different way. Instead of trying to build it on this chart, let's look at this workspace. It's a workspace that is exclusive to this indicator. There we go. So there's something wrong with that chart. I'm not sure what that was. So for example, this is today. Let's kind of just zoom this way a little bit. And you'll see that you've got these two thick, solid lines. That's showing us the 30-second opening range. And then from there, PAX builds these these price levels, these targets, either to the upside or the downside. So if it breaks, we look to go to that target. If it breaks that one, we look to go to the next one. If it breaks that, we look to go to the next one. So you can kind of see how that works. And that's the idea. It builds these lines dynamically. So right now, if as soon as it breaks one level, it draws the next one. And if it breaks that level, it draws the next one. So it doesn't put all the levels on the chart if it doesn't need it. And that's the idea. And each market has its own price levels. That's that PAX talks about. But that's the idea. It's just showing his 30-minute opening range with the price targets that he looks for.
Oh, this is a game changer. This is awesome. I
So
love this.
it just makes it easy to visualize, when
Yeah.
he's talking about his stuff, right? This kind of allows him to focus on the analysis and not worry so much about, having to draw the lines. It draws them automatically.
Wow. That's terrific. Wow. Well, so that's also, I can't wait till that's released also.
So yeah, I'm not sure what his plans are for that yet, but yeah, I'm sure that he'll make that available somehow.
He said, Peck says, look how well it traded to the downside today in the ES. Yep. Look at that. Perfect.
Right to that level.
Wow.
Now I have to be honest though, I'm not sure exactly what his levels are. I have a rough idea. So he will fine tune this using his expertise versus my rough levels that I just plugged in here for demo purposes.
No, I have no doubt it's going to be awesome once released, man. That's awesome. Well, Mike, thanks for sharing all this stuff with me. I know, I mean, you're probably the hardest working man at NinjaTrader right now with all the stuff you're doing. We appreciate everything you're doing, obviously, and this is really, really good stuff. And you'll have to keep me posted. We got some Friday late morning time every once in a while, and it's not only are you updating me, but you're updating everybody else. So thank you for that.
No, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to show all this cool stuff. And I'll come back on as soon as I'm ready to release that percent change chart.
All right. Big plans for the
I'll
weekend?
tease this,
Oh,
Jim, is that
go ahead.
with that percent change chart, I also might be able to show you a future spread trader.
All right. So hang on, everybody. So this is kind of a unique thing, right? In my career, very few platforms have the ability to trade the spread just with you're talking about with a click of the mouse, right?
Correct. So you can track it. The hardest problem with trading spreads is you never really know what your P&L is. The only way to look is to kind of look at the account manager and do the math yourself on the fly. So, that's really not an effective way to trade spreads. I want to give you an indicator that shows you what your P&L is on your position if you're trading a spread. You can do different ratios. So it's really a unique set of tools to be a spread trader.
So, but we're just so I understand. So I'm not legging in anymore, right? I'm picking bonds versus notes and I'm going 2-to-1 ratio and I'm just hitting the button.
So that is not coming yet.
Okay.
So that is right now we still have to leg in.
Okay.
But that is coming. At some point, NinjaTrader wants to do that kind of spread trading.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just want because
I'm
that's a
I'm
huge
giving you an interim
That's
solution.
all right. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. All right. Awesome.
All right, sorry to take up so much time, everybody. Thanks so
No,
much for having me, Jim.
I got to ask you, weekend plans? Or you're just chilling out. What are you doing?
Now I'm going to Atlanta to see my son. It's his birthday.
Oh, well, wish
His
him happy
his
birthday for us.
30th birthday. Who
Awesome. Wish
It's
us happy
scary to have a
birthday.
30-year-old.
Well, I have my 24-year-old just moved in with me.
I wish my 30-year-old would move in, but that's not happening.
I love him anyway. So, all right. Well, listen, you have a safe travels. Drive by Sav's house, honk your horn, say hi to her. Appreciate your time today for sure. Thanks for popping on here with me. And I do want to let everybody know in the audience, thank you for being with NinjaTrader Live this week. You've been awesome. Chat's been awesome. You guys are making the show great. Thank you for being here. Most important message for sure going into a weekend, because we're not broadcasting this afternoon. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.